gestalten in komplexen Zeiten, das geht nur
Shaping the present in a complex time can only be done together. We are winning together, or we will all lose. If we're serious about democracy and the market economy, we also have to be serious about defense.
Aber vor allem wollen wir ein gemeinsames Zeichen setzen.
Above all, there is one signal we all want to send. Germany is back.
Guten Morgen und ganz, ganz herzlich
Good
willkommen.
morning and a very warm welcome to Day 2 of TDI 2025. We hope you've all had a pleasant evening last night after the very stormy weather outside. We were inside and talked about stormy times and trying to find new responses to it. And I'm sure today is going to be just as interesting and searching. Well, last night we managed to relax quickly enough, because when we said goodbye, we weren't clear immediately how the situation, the tense situation worldwide would go back, but we saw that there will be at least a temporary suspension of the armed conflict. We're not going to have programs outside. The program itself will remain as pleasant, but everything which was supposed to be outside is going to be inside on the upper floors. We've got people who will direct you to the different rooms and venues, because you noticed yesterday we weren't the only ones who were suffering from the weather. It was the whole of Berlin. Yes, we are looking forward to what is happening today. We now see that for a few hours at least we're going to have the relatively peaceful situation. We'll see what will happen, and we have some interesting guests, and that matter will definitely be included. Some of the people who were involved in the negotiations about the budget yesterday are here today. We've got several ministers. You are going to talk to the Minister for Digitalization and Government Modernization, for example, Mr. Wildberger, this afternoon. He's definitely going to be worth waiting for, because, as we said, there's a lot of hope which was put in him. Yeah, many expectations. And other ministers as well. Yes, Major, the economics minister, for example. We also have to ask about energy prices, so lots of interesting subjects. Let's get going. Yes, we're going, and I'm very happy that Tanja Gönner is going to start. She is the Director General of the BDI. I'm going to discuss yesterday and today with her.
Sie waren gestern den ganzen Tag auch dabei.
You were here all day yesterday. What were your key takeaways? Well, it wasn't stormy just outside. We definitely live in turbulent times, and we saw that yesterday, many of the debates. While at the same time, we also noticed that despite all the turbulence, we also see that there are opportunities for us. There were some interesting quotes which I took home yesterday, and I want to mention them. It started with Peter Lebinger's speech, when he said carefully that we should see each other not as the victim or object of horrible conditions, but we want to shape the present, and it's very important not to be a victim, but to say, I have strength and I can do something. I think that's one of the signals we want to send from here. And the second takeaway message is that the Chancellor has accepted our offer of cooperation. He's been very clear about that too, because we did point out that what we need is a new kind of cooperation, not to say, here's the government and then they talk and we talk. No, we all have to do our bit for the sort of greater good, and that was something which we saw as a very positive thing, because it was one of the very first sentences he said, that he accepts this invitation to cooperate. But I think most important is something Christian Sewing said. He said, we need to get 2-3 things dried before the summer recess, and then we will see a change of mood. And this is necessary, it's important. Of course, we also have to say, just changing the sort of mood doesn't change the situation, but the situation can probably change more quickly once the mood has changed beforehand. So that is going to be important. It was also good to hear from Ms. Malmendier, who said that if we are even if we're in a difficult situation in Germany and Europe, we might also be a new haven for geopolitical safety. So there are opportunities, challenges remain, but I'm generally optimistic, and I take that home from yesterday. Yes, there is a lot to think about, but we also can be optimistic. There's a great deal to be done, but there are opportunities. That's my message from yesterday, really. Not just the international news were positive. Mr. Klingber had to leave quickly because he had to talk to the federal states, and we get some optimistic signals that July 11 may well be the day of a decision. I took that from the Chancellor's speak, because he said on the 11th of July it will go to the Council. But I think Mr. Klingber still had a bit of talking to do before that was happening, yeah? Isn't it nice if you can delegate responsibility a bit? So we see there are different approaches between the two, but yesterday we talked about so many different things, as you said. What are the 2 issues which you consider need to be addressed in more depth today? One thing sort of went through all of what we discussed yesterday, and that had to do with defense capabilities. I'm talking overall defense, which also has an impact on us as the business world, not just talking about production of arms, but how can we be a resilient society, a society which is military capable. That is something which is quite important. And we also need to think, how can we manage in Europe, in Germany, to look into questions of decarbonization, climate being carbon neutral, and combine that with competitiveness, restoring competitiveness. There are great opportunities, but I think there's a lot still to be done, and we need to make significant progress here, but in a way which is sort of technology friendly. Being a technology leader, there are many different approaches for that, but here or there, I think the mind shift and the change of mindset was mentioned, and we really do need that. Oh, absolutely. And we're going to have several panels where we'll discuss that. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I hope you'll all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Right, so we're going to be looking at defence capability. We've just heard about that, and it doesn't only affect the arms industry, and it doesn't only affect the political community. Because if we're talking about our defence capability, we mean a lot more than simple, and it's not simple really, armament. We're going to be talking about that with our next panel. We'll be talking about defence capability and the creation of value. I'm delighted that we have Niels Schmidt here, Parliamentary State Secretary at the Defence Ministry. We're going to be having a chat. Welcome to you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, those who represent the BDI, Ms. Tanja Gönner, of course, an old friend. It's a particular pleasure for me to be with you today on Industry Day, and of course I am to bring greetings from our Minister, Mr. Pistorius, who sends his best wishes for this event, but as you know, he's pretty tied up at the moment in an important NATO meeting this week, That's why he can't, unfortunately, be here personally. Today, security is the issue which influences every aspect of politics and industry. We've seen more conflicts now in the Middle East. We shouldn't forget Africa. And on our own doorstep, where for more than 40 months now, Ukraine has bravely been defending itself from the Russian aggressor. But there is one truth that we've been in denial about for a long time. Security and peace are not gifts that simply fall into our laps. To preserve security and peace is a tremendous challenge for all of us, for the ministry, the armed forces, politicians, and civil society. It's reflected in our coalition agreement, which places a strong focus on security and defence. And we need to think carefully in Europe and Germany now. We need to be clear about our thoughts and our actions, and we need to offer solutions of substance. That is expected by our partners in Europe and around the world. We are at the centre of Europe. We are the backbone for collective defence in Europe. That is what we are aligning ourselves to. That is our responsibility. Germany's security can only be tackled with a holistic approach. And this is very important. That means the important involvement of all of society. And that is why it's so important for me today to be talking to you, because you, as representatives of German industry, are an elemental part of this integrated security concept. And as I said, we're not only focusing very strongly on this, but we're very grateful to the BDI for the contributions, especially President Leibinger, have been making in recent months, and we've accepted them with gratitude. Given the threat situation, we need plausible deterrence and defence. We need to be able to defend ourselves, not to have to defend ourselves. So there is strategic priority for this field. We need unconditional ability of the armed forces to take action. That means they need the right equipment, they need the right human resources and the right structures. We can see from the war in Ukraine that apart from conventional action, there has been activity in cyberspace, and other forms of aggression are playing a bigger and bigger part. The boundaries between the civil and military use, that is dual use, is becoming increasingly important. And given all the risks, we need to be aware of this, and we need to make intelligent use of our advantages and the innovative capacity we have together with German industry. So disruptive technologies, quantum technology, the use of space, and above all, shorter and shorter innovation times, which don't leave us a long time to develop these ideas. What's happening in space is a good example. Logically, the ministry has been working together with industrial associations on software-defined defence. We're picking up pace in all fields, not only in investment. We're looking at structures, equipment, capability, human resources, and strategy. And it's important that we are able to expand those human resources. Hence my appeal to you as well as employers. Please support us in your companies. Please support reserve capacity in Germany and make your contribution. And as I've mentioned, civil-military cooperation, please support the change happening now of staff between the security and the defence industry. You've told us often that it's important to have planning security. You need that to make your decisions, but also to know what kind of commissions orders you're likely to get in future. If we decouple the budget from the debt brake, and we now have a majority in Parliament to do that, with support from the Greens, We have now created a basis for more planning security and more flexibility in investment. We need both of those because the pace of crisis calls for a greater pace of politics. Procurement needs to be more carefully coordinated with other aspects. We're going to continue supporting the arms industry, but not only. We need this to ensure continuous availability of capacity, and parallel to our financial structures, we're picking up pace with the procurement wherever we can. That means that award procedures are more flexible, are shorter. The legislation will be put to the cabinet this summer, and we will be adopting that law during the course of this year. For all this activity, it's clear that in Germany we need more material that other armies can make use of as well. We don't need costly, lengthy procurement processes. We need to be able to shift quickly from prototypes to industrial scale production. We're going to need much bigger supplier networks, deeper, broader. And for me, that means that we will need a common, sovereign, industrial base for this manufacture, not only in Germany. And let's have no doubt, we also need a national basis with products and services that can prevail in global markets, especially in international key technologies. We need to demonstrate what we can offer. And all in all, the national, European and transatlantic procurement needs to be thought about carefully. It needs to be balanced. EU member states will have to visibly reinforce European capability. We need to generate effects of scale there and strengthen Europe's defence on a broad basis. So we have to plan together, develop together, work together with NATO on capability targets. This is our European path, and we will make good use of the additional financial scope available. We need resilient supply chains. That applies not only to the commodities, but also to skilled labour. And that applies to all fields of politics, because stewardship is particularly important, and with our partners together, we need to be able to maintain our systems, to keep them sovereign, ready for use. Economic activities on the part of the defence industry contribute to the security of this country, so we need new solutions for the financial markets and for suppliers to demonstrate to them that the security and defence industry is making a big contribution to defending our freedom. It's not just about ESG. So we have a duty to continue developing this security and defence policy. Our new strategy for security and defence is a basis for doing this. The implementation of that strategy is fully underway, and for that we need you. Thank you very much.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Kommen Sie gerne schon mal zu mir.
Many thanks. Please come up to me. And we are now going to have Sabine von der Recke, who is at OHB. Then we have Covestro CEO Markus Stallmann, Quantum Systems CSO Martin Karkur. Welcome.
Schön, dass Sie da sind.
Nice to have you here. One brief question immediately to you, Mr. Schmidt. You emphasized the importance of cooperating with industry, and we heard when there was applause in between that everybody agrees with you. But where do you think do we stand on that, on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 would be perfect cooperation, 1 would be not really very good. Well, Let's say it's moving up. We're going the right direction. It's very difficult on a scale to give you something, but we're clearly above 5, maybe towards 7 or 8. Because we are on the right track on both sides. And I want to say that both sides, we're noticing how from business, industry, your industry associations, you're working on these issues and you're mobilizing strength for that. We also see in the Ministry of Defense and across the German government there is a definite resolve to make progress. And we will notice that when we're looking at the parliamentary bills, looking at the Procurement Acceleration Act, which is planned. I mean, obviously that doesn't work without the Ministry of Economic Affairs because they have the lead on that. And we are noticing in the initial contacts that there is a resolve to move forward in strengthening the armed forces, but also working with industry on that. And do you think that all of this is basically based on the understanding that we need to protect our democracy, or has it more to do with a 500 billion financial package, of which much is to go into the defense sector? I think both, because the fact that we have a broad parliamentary majority for changing the constitution from the outgoing parliament, which is unique never before in the history of this country, and alone this shows that across party political borders, from within the middle of society, we understand the need for investing more in the equipment of the armed forces, in our domestic and alliance defense capabilities. So it's a historical decision to say that what we did, and that is a strong signal which indicates that there is change within our society. Some people say it's not fast enough. Others talk about what we all missed doing in the past. Let's instead look forward. We're on the right track. And I think we have this niche of, people in the armed forces or procurement companies who think so. No, we all understand that there is a huge challenge for which we must be ready to spend public funds. Now, OHB, somebody like me who knows about communication technology for a long time, so I know who you are, but for the wider public, you've only sort of arrived now or not. No, I think to some extent we share that with other infrastructure companies. I hope that our companies know us very well already and that they have a positive view of what we're doing, but we are primarily involved in large-scale infrastructure projects. And here we often are asked about this, which is good because, we are beginning to be seen as an important player. And people are asking, why didn't we know you before? And whenever, then I ask, do you know who is building the Fehmarnbelt tunnel? And they usually don't know. But we also stand for space technology, and the fact that in Germany, when it comes to defense capacity, we're talking about space as well. It is something which is a positive thing. The situation may not be positive. It's positive we're talking about it now because we need to do something. So Germany is looking better than we think because we have companies already active in that sector and do now get more attention. Well, are we doing better than expected? I wouldn't subscribe to that because I think when it comes to military relevant infrastructure, whether it's space or elsewhere, there is a lot of room for maneuver, a lot of room. There is a lot to be done, a lot of space for maneuver, one might say. So there is a lot we need to do. When we're looking at the allies, the Americans, for example, they're far, far ahead of us. But we need to do significantly more. We are aware of that. We see it as a challenge. But the good news is we have excellent German and European space industry, aerospace industry. So we can do it. We just have to work together with our partners, with the defense ministry in particular, so that we can go from the 7 or 8 towards 10 on that scale you mentioned. So how do we get there? Let me ask that. What do we need? Do we need money, faster approval processes? What? We need predictability. We need planning security. That is the relevant thing for all of industry. We are a sort of manufacturer type company. And on the one hand, it's a challenge for us. We need to change. We need to say we need to go together with our customers, by the way, into a new direction. In the past, it was always the military space was something we did for other reasons, not the military side was what we focused on. Now there are new challenges. And when it comes to space, we need to consider who are the partners we want to work with and what do we want to do with them, what do we need to do at the European level, and what do the German armed forces really need to have, and also what are the technologies we really need to master for that. So there is a lot in civil-military cooperation that we can do. I mean, space, satellites, doesn't matter whether you know what you're doing, what you're looking at. We need to use what we have better. But I think we've arrived at a good place, and I hope with the new government we can start a good new dialogue. Starting a dialogue sounds late. I think you're further. Well, the government hasn't been in place for that long. Oh, you mean with the new government only? Yeah, right. So quantum systems is a company, you're well known, you started with civilian drones for agricultural purposes and so on, but now quantum systems is right at the heart of a big debate how Germany can build up a drone industry. How do you assess the situation? Indeed, we started 10 years ago and we wanted to revolutionize agriculture, and we thought every farmer should have a quantum drone, hoping that, you know, they go for a second and a third drone, and that was our DNA, but we always wanted also to go and expand into the military sector. So our founder is here. Two of the co-founders were PhD students at the Armed Forces Academy. So from the very beginning, the idea was to go into the military field, not just the civilian field. So for us, that's a normal thing. The idea is first to have innovations which you start in the conventional system, in the commercial system, then you transport it into the military, and from there bring it back as well. So that was always a given as an idea. And I think we are absolutely convinced that we can benefit from this. The idea of sort of forcing dual use, that was always present. And the time when we started back then was a different age. It was 2018, 2019 that we started also being active in the defense military sector. So that was significantly before the war, right? Yes, absolutely. Because it is our heritage. That's where the founders come from. The idea of tactical air reconnaissance, for example, that we use the drones for operational command purposes, recon. That was from the very beginning. That was part of what we wanted to do. But the environment wasn't sort of startup friendly, not as much as it is today. We certainly notice that in the tender processes. Proof that you've been around for 5 years. Our company has only been around for 3 years. Proof that you have 100 members of staff. We had 20. Proof that you have references for the military sector. Well, if you've just started, obviously you don't have references. So, you know, the tendering process was customized for the established players. And so the innovative strength of startups wasn't really considered. But times have changed, thankfully, and we see that when we're looking at the new plan of the Procurement Acceleration Act, which is supposed to come, and I think that's definitely showing us the right direction. And one last point, the space for innovation we have now is totally different. In Berlin, you have the Cyber Innovation Hub of the Armed Forces, in Bavaria, the Innovation Platform, where you can have all sorts of other testing structures where you can experiment. So this technology, which is very important, I mean, drones are increasingly important in warfare. So you think we are on a good way, that we can be internationally competitive? I think we're even leading internationally as far as the drone industry is concerned. I mean, we are right in the front, but we also have other national champions, and we are very much represented at the European level. I'm just looking, we have more than 1,000 systems which are operational operational and active in Ukraine every day. We have our drones in Spain, US, we have manufacturing in Australia, so we're not even just in Europe, we are a globally accepted partner, also for on-site production. So you have the planning security that others still need. There is more and more of this predictability indeed, and you asked about scalability, and scalability comes when there is more planning security. Then you know how much you can invest, how much you want to invest. We are already investing at our own risk. So we're not waiting for the orders to come. We are investing on the basis of functional requirements and demand. But we think it's very good that the government is continuing to rely on our system. That is obviously something which is the basis for more investment. Mr. Steilemann, Covestro is an established player in the German industry environment. The question which many people are asking is, how can you join in? For ideological, democratic reasons, or because you want to give industry the momentum we need, also financially? Now, you as the CEO of a big chemical company, if you look at this, what is your approach? I mean, you're already preparing protective clothing, PPE. I think, first of all, we need to take a step back. We're talking a great deal of what we want to do, what we should be doing, what is needed. The time is now, and we discussed it. I mean, now is when we have to start doing things. And there's a lot of experimenting that we need to do, sort of the experimental approach, and that's what we do as well. There are a lot of applications we have in material science which are always dual use, so they can be used for both military and civilian purposes. However, we are a public listed company on the stock exchange, so we've had a lot of debates with investors who have ESG criteria, and they said very clearly we don't want defense involvement, or if we accept it, only to a very small percentage. So we weren't really part of that. And if we did anything in that respect, we had to sort of prove that it was more a defensive and less an aggressive technology, sort of goggles and things like that. Now, that has changed entirely, thank God. May I ask you briefly? So investors no longer ask about this, so that issue is no longer a big one. Let's say the questions are decreasing because investors are also revamping their investment guidelines. And then I'm a chemist originally by profession. So when people talk about something, I think in materials and I think about the value chain. Where does this come from? How do we get this to where it's needed? And now we're looking at resilience because I think personally more companies in industry need to think, how can we increase the resilience of our company by producing the materials exactly where they can be available if there is a serious military situation. And that's what I'm thinking when I think in materials, I'm thinking research development, organizational networks, and this is what drives me, this innovation idea, the idea of resilience, security. So I think at Covestro, we still have a long way to go, but our portfolio already has a lot of things that can be used for military purposes as well. And one last thing, for us, there is a commercial idea behind it. I mean, things have to be financially sensible, obviously. It has to be a profit in it. But when we're looking at it, we're not talking about sales that the company will see being led into a golden age. No, it's just one other business area. So it's very important that we do that in Germany. But that means Covestro wants to go more into arms, defense capabilities and invest more there.
Yes, as a bit of a template, of course, we provide material, so normally we're in place 2, 3 or 4 in the chain. If you look at surface coating, for example, normally we talk about lacquer or paint, which makes it much easier or harder to pick things up on radar. So we might be talking about films in augmented reality, where you need particular material under really tough conditions, deployment conditions. And so a lot of these things are applications which we can use, for example, coating the glasses used for the augmented reality. But you can see potential. You could upscale if you could invest. Yes, that's what we'd like to do. So you probably need that planning security, which brings us back to that question. In the budget, we can see there's a plan, how much should be invested in the coming years. It's quite a lot of money. I was wondering, planning security for an industrial company, we know you have to invest in equipment, the depreciation takes years, the payback takes years. So what happens next? How much planning security can you give a company as the current government so that these orders that you're now distributing will perhaps keep them busy for the next 15, 20 years once they've built this upscale production? Will they have to suddenly convert all their equipment? Will they be able to do it for 20 years? You can't suddenly say, okay, we've got enough drones now, don't need it anymore, here's a little trickle, until the chain breaks down again. We've taken a huge step forward by this amendment to the Constitution. We now have this. It was different when we had the special funds, where we said, okay, we can go one step, and then we have to think about the next step. So it was absolutely decisive in terms of the future and planning security to say, okay, we are now no longer affected by the debt brake. So every government that follows us will no longer have a financial obstacle to investing in defense capability. If you look at the political landscape in Germany, you see a huge majority of the parties are behind NATO. If you then look at the capability of NATO and their targets for the future, you can derive from that there will be a certain need to invest and to procure, so that industry will have planning security. Now, to do a little bit of advertising for Germany, there are very few European states with such a broad political consensus about the need to be a member of NATO. To take that as a matter of course, to commit to NATO as part of our European defence capability. So even after the next federal elections, you can expect to see a government, if we all contribute, to make sure that democratic forces are reinforced. We are now aligned with the Constitution, and we can see the targets that NATO has set for future investment. In terms of a democracy, a pluri-democracy, there's quite a lot of planning security there, which in other spheres of politics, if you look, for example, at renewable energy, which has been a real ping-pong, I don't want to go into the details there, you're on a pretty golden route here in defence, I have to say. So I think there's a great more planning security there. Okay, just briefly, because we've almost run out of time, and we always have too little time, I don't know why. If we're talking now about where we've got to, you say that after the Americans, we know Elon Musk is a big player in space, we're still lagging behind. You said as well that wars are no longer happening on the ground, in inverted commas, but also in space. How safe do you feel in Europe in this field? Well, we do feel pretty safe in Europe, in Germany. And I think that it's a bit of the question, as we were talking about before, we're all crossing our fingers that Germany doesn't have to play an active part in a war. But of course, as long as that's not the case, the debate remains theoretical. So we have to find the right road through the middle. I think generally the amendment to the German constitution is very significant. There was a discussion about the majority in the old parliament, but what that actually means, I think we won't really be clear about until after this legislative. It is security now for Germany, as a country in the middle of Europe, to play a kind of leadership role, whatever that may be. It's a very important step. I think altogether we've seen in society and in industry that we need to be a bit more aware of who's interested in us, I notice in myself sometimes that I can be a little bit naive, a little bit amiable, and it doesn't only affect people like a space company, but also ordinary, everyday citizens. And I think that there's a huge challenge here. We have to prepare society for this resilience, and that's something we have to do together. And then I think we can carry on feeling safe. Okay, very good. Then I won't ask any more questions. We can leave that as a last word as we run out of time. Thank you for coming to talk to us. And we'll all carry on doing our work here. Thank you.
Danke. Wir kommen jetzt zum nächsten
So,
Programm.
we're going to come on to the next item on our program.
Auf den, weiß ich, haben ja schon einige
And I know
gewartet,
that quite a few people have been waiting for this moment,
Wir werden jetzt
because
einen
we are
besonderen
about
Gast haben,
to welcome a
der
special
sich
guest
sehr intensiv mit dem ganzen
who
Thema
has been taking a very close look at this issue of digitization
quasi
and knows a lot about it. He's
eben jener ist.
perhaps the doyen of it.
Sprechen gleich darüber,
We'll be
also
talking about it in a moment. At least Isabel will be.
tatsächlich er mit seinem
And we want to hear from him
Vermächtnis
what legacy he has for us. A warm welcome for Mr. Bill Gates.
Yeah. Let me switch to English. You know, we
Yes.
just had a short moment behind the scenes to have a short handshake.
So,
and to,
what are you going to go talk about? We're all very curious.
what would we like to talk about? There's so much.
I know.
I
Yeah.
wish I had not half an hour, but more than half a day.
Yeah.
I have so many questions. Questions about technology, questions about the perception of Germany, questions about leadership in times of turmoil.
And turmoil we have, so definitely leadership is a big question.
Yeah.
So I guess we're almost ready for you on stage. So yeah, we're very curious to see what you have to say, Mr. Leibinger as well on stage.
Yeah.
And I'll let you to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ina. And thank you for preparing the stage. I think we'd like to give the colleagues a hand too, because they're doing a wonderful job. So now I am absolutely delighted to welcome Bill Gates on stage, chair of the Gates Foundation, founder of the Giving Pledge, together with Warren Buffett, co-founder of Microsoft in 1975 and other companies. You've been named as one of the most influential people in this world, and you've influenced the lives of so many people, so many of us in this room, through Microsoft products, for example, and so many lives of people in the developing countries. Welcome. And welcome. Yeah, in the middle one. And a very warm welcome on stage today, BDE President Peter Leibinger. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for sharing your insights with all of us. You've been in Germany for a moment now? I don't know, how many hours?
I was here this weekend. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came in this weekend. It was nice and sunny, so I got some time to relax. And then a lot of government meetings and a very nice award yesterday.
Deutsche Bank CEO Christian Sewing, who was here, also posted on LinkedIn a little bit of the moment that you received the award. So we got kind of a sneak preview for today. How do you like Germany, and how would you define Germany's role in these times of turmoil?
Well, Germany's always been very generous in terms of its aid budget, and believing that countries have to work together, not just Europe, but including Europe coming together to share things, and then thinking about how we solve long-term problems, peace, climate change. And so the foundation's had a fantastic history here. Microsoft always had a fantastic relationship. And I remember when the Berlin Wall came down, Siemens, who we had this close relationship, actually brought and gave to us, which is on the Microsoft campus, one of those cement blocks, which is a very special thing. So I've been coming to Germany in my Microsoft and Foundation career a great deal. I'd say the role of Germany is more acute today as, the U.S. is less cooperative and sort of, causing people to question a lot of things, even, the aid generosity, where at least in absolute it was the largest, it's made these massive cuts. So, it's great to have Germany thinking about a more cooperative approach. Even here, there's budget challenges, so, we're trying to work with our partners here to, get German politicians to feel proud of where they've been generous and try and maintain the aid budget as much as possible.
Yeah, we're actually waiting to find out more today about the final budget. We had our finance minister was here yesterday. It was very interesting. And then he had to quickly move on because, I still have talks about the budget. You mentioned how important it was to work together now. And you said nobody can go this alone. Nobody can do it alone. How would you like to see cooperation changing?
Well, it's interesting that we have changed a while ago, and very fitting in that context, that we have changed the wording from foreign aid to development cooperation, and that very much underscores what you're trying to allude to. We in Germany have a very strong history of development cooperation. Our annual budget for this is about 30 billion euros. We're one of the very few countries that nearly reaches the 0.7% goal of the UN. However, I think we have a bit of a skewed view having to do with a very high moral stance that we have in Germany, as in such that our Ministry for Development Cooperation thinks that development cooperation and commercial cooperation must not go together. And I think this is a fundamental flaw. Of course, I can understand where they're coming from, where there shouldn't be the impression that we're only doing it for our own benefit. This is really very simply put what the thought is behind that. But on the other hand, by being on such high moral grounds, we completely give up the most important chance that we have for development cooperation. At the end of the day, life in a functioning country relies on a functioning economy. And a functioning economy can only work through trade. So I think we should do the two things linked together. And the BDI, the Federation of German Industries, has published a paper on this last year. We got a lot of heat for it, quite frankly. But I think that was wrong. I think we were misunderstood. And I'm very happy that we can discuss this a bit here on stage before we talk about technology.
I think I'm glad you just brought up the word benefit, because I believe we are experiencing times in which we might want to think about phrasing a little bit different, and how we define certain words and what we attribute to them. So if we take the word benefit, how could we spin it a little bit for the future, for future collaboration?
I think with the last thing that I said, there's the bridge. In the past, we had, and I'm simplifying probably not in a correct way, but I'll do it anyways. We tended to think in large projects from German perspective that we tried to fund. I'm going back 30, 40 years, the dam projects, so to speak, or other power grid projects and so forth, where there was a very direct and close link between foreign aid and work that large German corporations did in foreign countries in the so-called global South. And these were often prone to corruption and things of that type. And this is why this got a bad reputation. So, but today, in today's technological world, things are different. They're much more grassroots, and we see a lot of examples of that, where satellite technology is used by farmers in the global south to plant their crops in a better way, where satellite links are used for grassroots types, banking systems, etc. And here lies an opportunity for German industry and German economy to engage in these types of activities by being in a more direct link, and by a German Ministry of Cooperation, Development Cooperation, fostering this type of grassroots work on the ground level. I think that, last word to that, for instance, the German apprenticeship program that we have could be an incredible benefit for instance, Sub-Saharan Africa. A friend of mine is very engaged in doing this in Burkina Faso, and has built a school there using the German apprenticeship program to train young people in Sub-Saharan Africa. And I think that a lot of German companies have the means to do the same. It doesn't take a lot of money. It takes the know-how and it takes the will. And the will is there, but the permission needs to be there also from the ministry, if I'm allowed to put it in a very simple term.
Now, I haven't really talked much about Africa during the past hours and yesterday, but actually has a huge implication for stability, also for our economic stability. When you think about the word benefit, help us define the importance with regards to development aid and economic stability.
Well, the goal of all these cooperative efforts, including the aid, should be to help countries become self-sufficient. And there is a big contrast that the aid that's gone to a lot of Asian countries, they have reached the point that they become middle income. And so, for example, the group called Gavi that raises money for vaccines, it got started, was one of the first things the Gates Foundation did at the turn of the century, was together with Germany, the US, and others, create this group. And it is one of the primary reasons why the number of children who die every year, which was over 10 million a year, has gone down. Now it's under 5 million a year. Gavi is the buying of these new vaccines and getting them out to children is a big reason for that. The way Gavi set it up was that when a country went past a certain income level, then it would continue to get the low prices and technical support, but it had to fund the vaccines on its own. And so in the early years, India, Indonesia, Vietnam were recipients. Then they passed that income threshold, and so they completely finance it themselves. We have a few countries, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Yemen, Afghanistan, that still are Gavi recipients, but now it's very much focused on Africa, almost 70% of the money, because those countries are at a lower level. And I gave a speech in the Nelson Mandela Hall in the African Union a couple weeks ago where I talked about the fact that the Gates Foundation's giving away all its money during the next 20 years. And I said, part of the reason for that is that I expect over those 20 years, even the countries in Africa, if we're generous to them, will get out of the poverty trap. You know, there's a real poverty trap where if you're too poor, you can't get nourishment for your kids, you can't fund the education system. You know, right now, African countries are paying more in interest than they fund to their health and education. They really need help, and you know, they have some tough diseases, things like malaria. But with cooperation, generosity, and innovation, you know, like we have a partnership with BioNTech to make vaccines for the three big remaining diseases, TB, HIV, and malaria. anyway, if the right things are done over that 20-year period, these countries, virtually all of them, despite where they are today, will get out of that poverty trap and they'll be self-sufficient. And so accelerating that is kind of a positive thing that they're very engaged in. In fact, a lot of the heads of state will be there tomorrow for this Gavi event to encourage more generosity. Unfortunately, with the cuts to all the aid budgets, including the German aid budget, we'll raise about 30% less for vaccines than we did 5 years ago.
Now, a lot has been written recently about the Gates Foundation being closed down in 20 years. How difficult was it to come to terms with this decision?
Well, in 20 years, there are foundations that choose to last forever. And it's a little bit of a weird thing because they're always trying to figure out, what did the founder want? Maybe he scribbled something down and, Cecil Rhodes did a foundation that was for white rugby players and they decided to interpret that a little more broadly over time. And so, that's been a good thing. In my view, 20 years from now, there will be more rich people even than there are today. And the problems that the Gates Foundation works on, take malaria. We will eradicate malaria and polio, and we will largely end the HIV epidemic in these 20 years.
Well,
And there may be a few diseases that there's still work to be done on. And there may be a few of these African countries that haven't gotten to middle-income status. But the world will be far, far richer. Just imagine 20 years of AI-driven innovation in medicine and all the different areas. And so there'll be young people who know what the situation is then, and they'll be able to attack those things that remain. So the idea of my, people reading some cryptic thing I said, I'd rather have the money be spent more aggressively now, where the need for those vaccines and to get rid of those diseases is very, very clear. And it's fun for me. I love this work. I'll turn 70 this year, so I'll have to retire when I'm 90.
If I recall correctly, in one of those articles, you said, I don't want people to say he died rich. What would you like people to say about you when you've gone into the other world?
Nothing about me in particular, but I would like people, when they read in the future about this thing called malaria, for them to go, what was that? When you read old novels, you'll always read, they had consumption. That's a name for tuberculosis, which in the rich world, we don't have tuberculosis. It still is the biggest infectious disease killer. It's about 1.3 million deaths per year. And that's another one that we should be able to get rid of. So I'd rather have it be what was polio, what was malaria, what was consumption or TB, because they are going to be solved problems. A kid born in Africa has a 50 times greater chance of dying before the age of 5 than somebody born in Germany or the US. And, I love the market, but we have to be creative about how we take the market and have it meet certain human needs. So, when I gave 30 million for malaria, I became the biggest funder of malaria research. And I was like, wait a minute, this thing kills 1 million children a year. And I'm the biggest funder? That makes no sense. But the kids who get malaria, their voice in the marketplace is very small. It's better to do dog food or erectile dysfunction, then to go work on malaria, the voice of the marketplace is very strong. And so, can you have a capitalism that's a little more broad in its thinking, going beyond just those demand signals, and to factor in somewhat, I love capitalism, but to factor in somewhat, these other areas. And that's why, people like BioNTech, if we help them out a little bit so they're not losing money on these projects, they will assign some of their best people. They're going to make a lot of money on cancer, but fortunately their heart and soul also includes doing this work on infectious disease.
Now, Peter Leibing had just promised that we would also be talking about technology. What role do you see technology playing in this, and also the importance of being open to technology?
Well, I think I must say, I know it's probably completely inappropriate, but I really admire your attitude in the sense that it's personal humility in combination with this positive spirit that we can change things. I opened this thing yesterday in my speech saying we should never see ourselves as victims. We can be the ones who change things, and this is basically what you're saying. And I share this attitude. And of course, technology is one of the keys to do so. We have had in Germany for the past year the spirit that we have to scale back everything in order to solve problems. And I don't subscribe to this view at all. I think the way forward is an active one. We can solve our problems by using technology. I'm much broader now, of course, than just development cooperation. I'm talking about climate change, for instance. But yes, I do see Germany playing a role in this fundamentally. We briefly talked before this also about, for instance, laser fusion and fission power generation. I see that as one way forward, and I find that Germany could be in a unique role, and not in development cooperation terms, not an easy one, because German industry especially is typically more in a B2B role. And the B2B role in terms of development cooperation tends to be one of large projects, and earlier I said these can be problematic. So the B2C grassroots type technology development cooperation work can be very successful. Having said that, we have very fundamental problems in the world concerning basic infrastructure. And I do think that Germany can play a role there. And of course, one of my favorite topics is laser fusion. I think that this is definitely something that we should work on. But I use this more as an example for where investment in technological advancement and a very structured and systematic technology strategy by governments jointly with industry and research can not only lead to benefits here, but can lead to benefits around the world. And I think these are the things that we have to strive for.
So how do we do this? You've had a lot of experience of cooperating with governments through your foundation. How do we make his vision come true?
Yeah, so when the Gates Foundation is working on global health, we spend about half the money on this R&D work to create new tools, and we spend about half the money on the delivery piece. And this is the next 20 years will be a golden age of biological advances. Partly because these new AI tools will give us insights into the biology and what's going on with these diseases. And we will be able to, in rich countries, reduce health costs. That seems surprising when you have aging societies, and a lot of the new medical things seem like they just add to the expense, but we'll get through that. Likewise, in the energy space, whether it's lower cost solar or probably in the long run, the cheapest thing will be fusion. And so, we can have a very positive view. As Germany is doing things like applying AI in healthcare, in education, they should always have a view, okay, let's also, in parallel with our own domestic leadership in these areas, let's make sure that we're sharing some of that with the lower income countries. In Africa, you can live your whole life and never meet a real doctor. The majority of people are never meet with a doctor. So when we say things like, okay, AI advice for healthcare, actually in a certain way, it's even more valuable in Africa than it is here. And that can be done in parallel. We don't need to wait 20 years for the rich countries to get these advanced technologies. We can, think about it in parallel. When I first got involved in nuclear, actually I was motivated not because I thought, oh, I'll make money, but rather having cheap electricity in Africa, where they actually have so little electricity, that is another part of their poverty trap, that they can't create these great jobs until infrastructure, including electricity, comes to them. And how do we make that as cheap as possible and get that to move forward? And so it's, long-term innovation. The government has a role in the R&D. But one thing you have in Germany is that the R&D is not just in the big companies, it's in these middle-sized companies as well. And how do you kind of unlock that to have a global viewpoint of how that becomes available? It's a little bit of a unique opportunity for Germany.
We're, in these times trying to get a grasp on how technology will change our lives. So when you say AI will change the insights we get into biology, could you be a bit more specific, like give us a few examples of what to expect?
Well, the biology is very complex. Even the most low-level thing of when you string these amino acids together to make these proteins, what is the shape of that protein? That's basically been an unsolved problem. But recently, a couple of entities were given the Nobel Prize because they used AI software that could take that sequence and predict that shape. And that alone doesn't solve these problems, but it's a mind-blowing building block in terms of the speed of coming up with drugs, because you actually understand what you're trying to connect up to. But even more profound is when you read out, for example, the brain of somebody who has Alzheimer's versus the brain of somebody who doesn't. The complex signaling system, the AI system, can let you get to the bottom of that. Sometimes we get lucky, like these obesity drugs. Actually, we didn't even understand the mechanism. We kind of lucked into that one. But more and more, the new medicines for cancer or neurological things like Alzheimer's will be because we've been able to model what is the disease state and what are you trying to interfere with. So it's incredibly promising. And hopefully that means that your health costs for the aging society aren't overwhelming you. If we didn't have innovation, I would not be very optimistic. I wouldn't be very optimistic about climate change. I wouldn't be very optimistic about aging societies being able to renew themselves, because so much of the spending would have to go on just taking care of the elderly people. But because of the pace of innovation going after those problems, mostly with clear market incentives, sometimes based on people's realizing, okay, the market doesn't value this, but we as humans do. Some mix of that, a modest role for government in the basic R&D and some of the aid, and then the innovation very much coming out of the private sector. And so this is, for climate technologies, biology, this is going to be a golden age that most people aren't seeing because the turmoil, which is real and concerning, and the United States is sort of a creator of turmoil that is a little disappointing. But the positive aspects of the speed of innovation are somewhat missed, I would say.
The a little disappointing is a very grass way of stating this. Yes, it's a little disappointing. But you were asking about benefit earlier. And one thing that of course also comes to mind is that we have a unique opportunity that we're missing with foreign aid, with development cooperation, in the sense that we can use that also for public engagement in Germany. Today we have a very hot debate starting about reenacting the mandatory service in the military for
our chancellor raised this issue yesterday.
Young people in Germany, and there's a tradition in Germany that this can also be done as civil service. However, what we have never thought about is that this combination of development cooperation state-funded and development cooperation done by companies could also be used for service, where young employees could choose to do their civil service or their military service within their company for development cooperation instead. Just one example where if we interlink things, if we work together in a more active way, we can get public engagement in this topic, which in the end is always a benefit. I mean, of course, Bill, you have done this, and I'm doing this on a little scale. You have done it on a grand scale, and I'm doing it on a little scale where I'm investing my personal time for hopefully the benefit of the public. And you can feel great about it, but at the end of the day, what the personal benefit really is meeting people, doing things that you wouldn't do otherwise, giving purpose to your life.
It's a question of responsibility, right?
Yeah.
The intrinsic responsibility.
We can use development cooperation and cooperation between business and government in development cooperation to also give purpose to people. And that's a benefit that we have never talked about.
May I use just a little bit more time of your time?
Sure.
We have to come to an end. We have to start closing this panel. But I'd like to ask you, as we were talking about turmoil and the disappointment and the development of transatlantic relations on a political level, maybe where do you see business responsibility to keep the ties close?
Transatlantic?
Yes.
You start.
Well, business is global in nature.
Yeah.
Of course, tariffs will somewhat reduce that, but because innovation is shared globally, take how we think about climate change. A little bit, we have each country coming in to make commitments on how they'll do reductions, but honestly, the way that you make electricity and steel and cement, those are global things. And so it's not like one country is going to magically come in and say, okay, we solved this. We have to collectively, whether it's government R&D or companies working together, raising capital for new approaches, we have to solve that on a global basis. And in fact, the rich countries really, because they've got the R&D capacity, have a particular responsibility, even though the emissions now are over 60% from middle-income countries. And so not only do we have to invent it and show that it works, we have to help make it available in those countries. So it's a very global thing. If we don't think globally, if we think country by country, we'll never solve climate change. It's kind of the ultimate collective action problem that should tie us all together. And if you look at the AI race, that's very much a global thing. And every country should be utilizing AI. In fact, the difference will be more who applies it than who invented it. In the digital revolution, the U.S. gained a huge advantage, not just because there was so much of it invented there, but because businesses as a whole embraced it more rapidly than other. And so here we are in the next, in some ways, even more profound chapter with AI.
So I'm not worried about the transatlantic relation, honestly, for two reasons. First of all, very simply, we're so intertwined technologically and also economically that this will not be untangled easily, and there is no real intention to entangle it. And more importantly, never underestimate human relations. We have built relations, friendships, intermarriages, everything over the last decades across the Atlantic. There is such a close relationship, also a close cultural relationship between the US and Europe that, if there are some people who feel differently for a while, yeah, we'll survive that.
Okay, our time is almost up, and I would like to ask you one more question. It's a rather personal question. In times that we all sense there's going to be burden sharing. And obviously everybody in this room knows that you're one of the most wealthy people on earth. What is it that money cannot buy for you?
Well, it can't buy me longevity, but I'm not.
Are you sure we don't know that yet because of the advancement of technology?
There are wealthy people who are very involved in funding longevity work, and I won't turn it away. But as long as we've got malaria, I'm not going to push my money for something that's more self-centered. I'm one of the luckiest people ever. I had a incredible career at Microsoft. Now I'm very fulfilled by the foundation work. I'm lucky. I've got great kids. So there's very little, that I say, gosh, I wish my money could buy something, because I have basically everything that I want.
What a wonderful closing sentence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Gates, Peter Leibinger, thank you. Ina.
Ja, so das war sehr interessant. I'm gonna keep. We're gonna stick to English because English is also gonna be in our next panel. And Bill Gates said something that we definitely have to take on for the next panel, because he said, if one country does it alone, we'll never get to it. So we do have to talk about cooperation, and we do have to talk about the fact that obviously we need to stick together and make a plan together, and that obviously is very true for Europe.
Your next panel is going to be really interesting, because I know that a few months ago there was a lot of talk in Germany about what is actually the vision for the business model of this country. And
Yes.
how will this, along with technology, change global value chains and change value chains for Germany and for Europe? So
Yeah, and we do have some players on stage who have a very good idea actually on how to make money of the situation, and that's a very positive thing. That's nothing negative at all. And they have an idea on how to bring the digital sovereignty of Germany and the rest of Europe together, and I'm very happy that we're going to discuss that. Yes.
yeah. And I think you're almost ready
Yes,
to call
definitely.
your
And
guests
we
on
have
stage.
also, like with that panel, obviously we have international guests, which I'm super stoked about, that we're actually going to discuss that not just between us, but on a more European level, because again, we have been talking about Europe for the past day and a half almost, and we need to talk about the fact that we also need to learn from each other, like what has happened in a different country, what has worked, what didn't work. And I know that we're going to learn a little bit more about it now.
Good luck.
Thank
we'll
you.
enjoy.
Thank you. As Isabel already said, we're going to talk about the new industrial vision for Europe, and we call it from frontier technology to strategic autonomy. So we're going to pick up the talk that we had earlier today, and we're going to bring it to a more European level. And I'm happy that we have the Minister of Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania here, Lukas Savickas. Welcome.
Well, dear ladies and gentlemen, partners and friends, I was just speaking to the colleague on my side that to take the stage after Bill Gates, it seems that the most reasonable thing I can do is try not to trip over by entering the stage. So hopefully the beginning of the speech is going well already, and I'm going to try to pick this up from this moment on. And as introduced, I am a Minister of Economy and Innovation from Lithuania, and I have the pleasure to represent a country which has repeatedly shown that it can do more than just survive those uncertain times that we have been continuing to talk about during this conference yesterday and today. And this country can grow through it. And today we face the world where all the old rules of our economic engagement are shifting. In this context, I'm very happy to say that Lithuania is offering something which is quite rare. It is offering speed, it is offering reliability, and offering strategic clarity. And over the last 3 decades, I'm very happy to say that Lithuania has emerged as a country defined not by crisis, but how it responds to those crises. And after reclaiming our independence, as you all know, in the 1990s, we have rebuilt our economic model. And we did that not through protectionism, but we did that through openness, reform, and innovation. And each disruption since then, whether that was financial, geopolitical, or health-related, it has become a catalyst for transformation. Therefore, I'm very happy to use the stage today to really work on our guiding principle. And I think it is very applicable to all of us around the world, and especially in Europe. So when the world is shaking, we have to adapt and we have to innovate. And I want to prove this point by sharing 3 little moments when Lithuania turned a global shock into a long-term strength. And hopefully that will be an exciting insight for us during the panel discussion. So first of all, you all know this very well. In 2008, when financial crisis hit, it hit our global markets hard. In many countries, banks retrenched, innovation has stalled. But in Lithuania, we took a different path. We used this moment and we chose to build. We created a regulatory sandbox for fintech innovations, we simplified licensing procedures, and invested in digital infrastructure. Because of that strategic foresight, it turned us into one of the EU top destinations for fintech licensing. Today, over 250 fintech companies are located in Lithuania and call Lithuania home, and also that includes Revolut's European headquarters. And I think our success in this space demonstrates the ability to act fast, collaborate with private sector, and of course position ourselves ahead of that curve, very actual to today's. Secondly, COVID pandemic has tested our nation's resilience, and Lithuania's life sciences sector has passed with distinction. Thanks to the 2 decades of steady investment, when the pandemic hit, our biotech sector has grew almost 90% in 1 year. And now this helps us as a country to see this as a next potential to have a bold vision of 5% of GDP from life sciences by 2030. And thirdly, Russia's war in Ukraine has reshaped our continent, and Lithuania responded not with fear, but with resolve. We have decided to increase our spending to defense between 5 and 6% of GDP. We have launched our national initiative with multi-million national defense industry acceleration plan. And we are building domestic capabilities in drone technology, dual-use technology, secure communications, AI-driven defense solutions. But not only that. More importantly, it allowed us to collaborate with such defense industry giants as Rheinmetall to build artillery shell factory in Lithuania. And this is something which is happening in the region, in our region. In the next 2 to 3 years, we will see, to my understanding, a new European defense industry ecosystem taking shape. And of course, all those 3 years have shown us that if you boil it down, those 30 years of our experience, you will see that when the world shakes, you don't have to panic, and you have to innovate. It is now for Europe, to my understanding, to take action about this new reality of global instability. And you all know it, and we discussed it yesterday and today. From US and China tech rivalry, to Russia's war in Ukraine, to Middle East tensions, to US tariffs. All of those are the new reality. And in this reality, we in Lithuania are doing the same as before. Next week, the Parliament will be voting on a bill which we put forward, which cuts red tape and reduces procedures 10 times, not 10%. This is something which we believe is critical. If you want to build something, you have to be able to build it not in 3 years from today, but in 3 months from today. That is something which is critical for Lithuania. That is something which is critical for Germany and Europe. So we are doing so, and we believe that the world in this instability needs a reliable partner with fast and simple procedures. That is something we see that in the future, we all have to focus on our high value-added production, manufacturing, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and you have to do it focusing your response accordingly. Therefore, when you think about Europe, once had unmatched industrial capacity, and we still have that muscle memory that still is within us. Therefore, we need to now move our strategic focus and determination and move from global instability into European strategic autonomy. Thank you. I look forward to a discussion on what exactly is the solution in the discussion following. Thank you.
So we're going to open up the round to Daniel Schall. He's CEO of Black Semiconductors, Heike Freund, Chief Operating Officer of Marvel Fusion, and Irene Rommelhoff, she's Executive Vice President of Equinor. Welcome. I'm not quite sure if you noticed, but when you said you want to build something in 3 months, but in 3 years, there was like a movement somewhere. Everyone here, it was just like, how on earth do you manage to do that?
Well, this is something which we as a team have been in the first months of our office. We've been a little bit afraid to speak about this out loud, but after 6 months, things are now in the final stages of the bill being discussed, and hopefully the Parliament will be voting on it for the first time tomorrow, and on Monday next week for a final vote. So if this passes through, we will have something which we call an investment highway. And that means if you are a company in defense field, if you're a company as a strategic investment of a size or working in one of our 3 economic zones, that is exactly what you get. Because something which we realize that in this world of instability, time is most precious. So that means everything has to be put in line just as quickly as possible with a clear focus that this institutions are determined to make sure that those investments are not going somewhere outside Europe. They have to go to Europe because this is the place for it. So this is not an option for us to discuss. This is something we have to get done.
What about everyone who says like, yeah, but we need to check it first and we need to make, I don't know, like we need to gather data to make sure that all our decisions are on point and we need to make sure that it's insured enough and whatever. What are you doing with those people in between?
So we are saying this is exactly what you need to do in those 3 months. This is exactly what you need to do.
So you're still doing it, you're just doing it much faster. So for a company like Marvel Fusion, that must sound like, I don't know, like Christmas.
Yeah, I guess you need to translate those 3 months always to the relevant technology, right? And maybe 3 months in software is 3 years in deep tech hardware. But I fully agree with you. Like, speed is important, and especially here in Europe, I think we can become a lot faster, and we should work on these things. And that is when it comes to regulation, that is when it comes to funding, that is when it comes to partnerships. And I think if we handle those right, then we can really build the next deep tech champions here in Europe.
But everyone, every time someone says we have to, it means we not, you know, because that's something we need to work on. So if you think about the situation, especially when you look to Lithuania, and you've been very active in Germany for the past years because your company, Marvel Fusion, is working on a technology that actually now also has been very noticed by the new government as one of the key features that we could have in Germany. Do you feel like that's still a good place for you to grow a company like yours, Germany? Because we do not have that speed right now.
Actually, it's not only been the new government, but also Bill Gates just said here on stage that fusion energy will be the cheapest energy on this planet. So I think we all should have the ambition to build fusion companies here in Germany. And with regards to the new government, I really like the ambition of the new government that in the coalition contract, they want to build the first fusion reactor globally in Germany. And I think it always starts with having the right ambition, right? And that's the ambition, I think, that was missing in Germany and Europe for a long time, like really saying, hey, we want to be the first and we want to be the leader in something, and we're still the third biggest economy globally, so we should also say we want to be the first in building a fusion reactor. So I think that's, it always starts with the ambition, and the ambition is right, and it's not only saying in the coalition contract we want to have the first fusion reactor, but it's also saying we want to put a regulation in place, not regulating fusion like fission, which is super important. We want to put milestone-based funding in place. All of that is perfect. I think on the ambition level, now it really comes down on like putting that into really concrete plans and programs and so on, and that's something we are working on with the government right now, and I think that's where the truth really will come out, whether we are able to transform this ambition into action. We are ready, the companies here in Germany are ready, and I think now we all need to work together to make it happen.
So how confident are you? Because the thing is, it's like, especially like the point that you're describing right now, that's the point where, sorry to say, we usually, in Germany, not usually, that's not true, but sometimes fail, you know? That's a point where we have a great vision and then, oh, are we trying to build an airport, you know? That takes forever. I'm from Cologne, we tried to build an opera for years, but that's a whole different story. But you know what I mean? Like, this aside, when it comes down to actually operating, it's not working. So are you confident that those visions are actually coming true?
So I think it's also important to note that there is a lot of things we need to do. So this will not come by just saying we want to have the first fusion reactor in Germany and then the first fusion reactor will be here, right? If I look at one example of funding, of the global private funding that has been invested in private fusion companies, less than 4% globally has been invested within the EU. And that cannot be our fair share. I would love to see 20%, 30% of global capital coming into the EU, right? So that's a topic that needs to be addressed. And if we don't close that funding gap, especially when it comes to scale-up rounds, we won't be able to achieve this. Second thing is partnerships. I think especially here in Germany, we still think very monolithically about like there is academia, there's startups, there's politics, there is industry or big industry, and we need to collaborate a lot more between those sectors to make it happen. And then there's the whole topic of regulation. And I think if we don't fix those points, then we won't be able to achieve that ambition. But I have never been as confident as today that we will be able. No, because I think the stars never aligned so nicely of like Ursula von der Leyen saying in Davos, fusion is a topic where Europe needs to be leading. Now the government having it in the coalition contract. So I would say the time has never been as good as now, but we now also need to translate it into action.
Mm-hmm. Does it go for, please? Does it go for black semiconductor as well? Because semiconductors did have, like the stars aligned for semiconductors very well at some stage last year. And now this year, it doesn't look so good for some companies. And some of the ambitions that we had for Europe and Germany have not gone through. What is your view on this?
Faster is better, that's clear. And I remember somebody saying, if you think you have it under control, you're not moving fast enough. So that 3 month thing here is really, really critical. And data is very important, but sometimes you have to live with only a reduced amount of data and draw your conclusion and then move on. And rather make sure that, and that's where a lot of my work goes, make sure you enable the organization to make the right decisions among all these micro decisions that everybody can take all the time, that they mostly align. They're not all correct, but they mostly align. So overall, it accumulates to huge progress over time. And if you want to change a relatively complex system, like a data center, especially a large data center, then it's very clear that it's not a one thing, one day it will be there, and then you switch it on, and it's a progression, and that's the interaction that has to happen in the industry. And this is where we are actually benefiting dramatically from the developments because we have a new technology. We are independent from what happens today. We have a fresh idea, and we start from there.
But you have made, someone else would say, a brave decision, because we just spoken about deep tech. I mean, like, it was always, I mean, I remember, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, always been said, like, oh, software is easy, software gets money, but deep tech, you know, deep tech is difficult, and deep tech doesn't get enough money, and, you know, and then we had the semiconductor crisis that obviously gave you a push. But on the question of, are we actually going to solve the sovereignty problem of Europe on that case? I'm not quite sure right now if we have a good stand.
You know, our public-funded project is called BRAVE. I don't think it was a brave decision. It was, from an engineering perspective, it was a necessity, and it was an opportunity. So this goes over a long, long time. So the research for what we do started in 2006. Funded basically entirely by German and European funding programs. It's a European material. We work with one layer of carbon atoms, which is a new thing in the semiconductor industry, and that's why we start from a fresh field, because this is new. New material, new opportunities, and that's actually what went very, very well in the European research ecosystem, because they kept on funding this. There was a lot of money over a long time, and this was the key, a lot of money and a 10-year duration, so that you can develop that ecosystem that somebody can then build on and commercialize. So I think this is the advantage that we have. We don't copy existing technology, which is very, very capital intensive. But we take something new that solves an existing problem that could not be, from a physics perspective, could not be solved with the existing technology. Even if you want, you can't solve it. You take our technology or it won't be solved. So this is and it took a while to identify exactly that point where you say, okay, this is why we will win, and this is very clear.
So you were Europe's new NVIDIA?
Say again?
Are you Europe's new NVIDIA?
No. We help NVIDIA and AMD and the others to perform even better.
Okay, but from a money perspective, you could be the next new tech company of Europe.
We're working on it. Certainly, that's the ambition. Is, of course, you have to be aware of what money is actually good for. Money is the energy that flows through that organization, that helps creating that possibility. In the end, it's everybody that can use different software services on their phones, because in the background that whole machine is working much better. So this is the benefit to the society, and we don't waste terawatt hours for energy in energy, because we need per data center one nuclear power plant, but all of a sudden we need maybe a tenth of a nuclear power plant.
And we all know, like, power, especially in the digitalized AI world, is very, very important. Where we come to you at Equinor. Equinor has actually been described in the media as being brave lately, because you have made the decision to move away from oil and go more into renewables. Why did you make that decision? Was it clearly because, was it just because it's obviously better for the world? But was it also the idea that we need the sovereignty in Europe? What made you make that decision?
Well, I think the decision that was made back in 2013-14, it was in the run-up to Paris, and we also saw at the same time that the cost of alternative energy sources like solar and wind were coming down very, very rapidly. And we recognize that as an oil and gas company, we've been part of the problem, but we also have a lot of competence, so we can be part of the solution. So we decided to develop a new strategy, and that was based on our existing competence, using it in new areas. So We are the largest offshore oil and gas operator in the world. Offshore wind made a lot of sense, so we're one of the leading companies in offshore wind these days. We had 30 years of experience from storing CO2. We have a lot of gas processing plants, so CCS, hydrogen, blue hydrogen development was also a very natural part of our competence and capacity set. So we saw opportunities and we went after them with old, competence.
So it always sounds so obvious to say like there was an opportunity and we went after it, but a lot of times it doesn't really work. Where were problems that you've seen along your way that needed to be addressed when actually changing a strategy to something that you feel like it's more for the future?
Well, the huge dilemma we're facing every day is that the margins within the renewable business have been very tiny, and they've been negative, I would argue, for a time. And it's really hard to find good commercial opportunities within that space right now. Basically, every renewable technology needs some kind of subsidies, and that subsidy missing money gap has increased with the inflation, whereas oil and gas business is thriving really, really well these days. So how do we balance our capital distribution between investing in new technologies that are very marginal at best versus continuing to invest in oil and gas that clearly the world needs? And after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, we overnight became the biggest supplier of energy to Europe, and that's a big responsibility, and we need to maintain that production because there's obvious that Europe and the rest of the world needs it.
When the finances so obviously are against that strategy right now, I have to say, how do you explain that you stick to it? How do you explain it to your employees, to investors, to other companies, why you're still sticking to that strategy? Because you could just say, like, I'll move back. Because that's what the US did, right? The US just said, we're over it. We have seen in France a movement against it. Like, why are you still sticking to it, and how do you explain it?
We are sticking to the strategy, but we have redefined the pace of the different elements in the strategy, acknowledging that the energy transition is going to come later than we anticipated. So our ambition was to spend in 2030 50% of our investments in new technology or clean technologies and 50% in oil and gas. We see now that the opportunity set is just too limited for that to happen. So unfortunately, and I say that from the depth of my heart, we had to delay the energy transition elements of our strategy somewhat, but we're on it and we're going to get there. But it does take longer because it does require more subsidies, and I can be open about that, from governments to go through this transition.
Mm-hmm. You wanted to add something?
If I may, I think something which always helps to relate how important it is to stick to your strategies. It's something is when you have no option but to stick to your strategy. So Lithuania, as a country, we had this situation of energy dependency on Russia, and we had the strategic decision to cut all the ties as possible. And in terms of electricity, we had to move into the only source we had, and that was renewables. So last year, we produced 70% of what our electricity needs are just from renewables, and we are on a strategic path within the next 3 to 4 years to reach 100% coming from renewables, matching our national electricity needs. And that is something which still has a lot of challenges, both price and balancing and many, many other aspects. But I think from this perspective, what we do, we invest into technology first. We are one of a few solar panel manufacturers still present, and we're working with large-scale contributors and partners who are going to look into our offshore wind park as well. So I think this is something as an interesting example on which you can rely on to say, in this challenging time, and competitiveness is the central issue, how can you still maintain that strategy?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm very happy to be on stage here with the minister from Lithuania, because Equinor has played an important role in the energy transition, I guess, or the energy diversification of Lithuania. Because I think if you want a strategic autonomy, you need to make sure you have your own energy through renewables, but you also need to have a backup and diversity. So I guess back in 2014, you inaugurated, I guess, the first LNG terminal, and you called it Independence, which I thought was really appropriate. And we delivered the first LNG cargo, and we've since been really good cooperation partners. And the importance of gas in the energy transition cannot be underestimated. And I think we see the recognition of that also in Germany. You can only have a certain amount of saturation of renewables before you need to have backup capacities. Batteries can maybe cover hourly swings, but if you need to go beyond hourly intermittency, you need either coal-fired power plants or gas-fired power plants. And I think if you are to choose, I think we all would choose gas because it reduces emissions with 50%. And lately we made an investment decision on CCGT with carbon capture and storage, which actually makes the perfect companion to renewables.
Mm-hmm.
So,
when you have decided to make that decision for Germany, like just imagine the new coalition would say, like, we're going to go 100% into renewables. What would happen? Like in this room, you all would be scared because we're not quite sure if the electricity would be stable enough, would be cheap enough, whatever. How did you explain to the companies of Lithuania that this strategy would work?
Well, this is something which I really like to share as a story because it's a collaboration with the private sector. Because our private sector is the one which is engaging us with that technology. We have a large company, which is a European company now, not only producing solar panels, not only for Lithuania, but also we have facilities in other European countries. So we're one of those few countries which are actually fully in the strategy, not only as a public sector strategy, but also private company engaging in it and engaging with that technology, developing it and manufacturing it and providing it as a service. So I think this is something where there's a lot of collaboration as well, but at the same time, it is a strategy which came out of a necessity. Mm-hmm. Because what was the only other option is to depend on energy source coming from someone who can manipulate politically. And that was something which is even worse in terms of stability. So I think our businesses are the ones who realize that this is a strategy of necessity. This is a strategy of technological development. This is a strategy which provides our technological opportunities to develop, innovate, and provide those not only for your Lithuanian market, for a global and European market as well. And I think this is where a lot of synergies happen. Mm-hmm. And of course, there are still many, many challenges. I think I speak to my colleague, Minister of Energy daily, and the main issue is now to make sure that we get the balancing right. Because it's on the daily picture, when we're going to have a lot of sun and a lot of wind, then some days will be excellent. But other days, when there's so many clouds and there's no wind, then there will be a lot of challenges.
We'll be there to help you out.
Yes. And especially when we're talking to big tech companies who are looking at data center locations in Lithuania. So then, that is also a little bit of an issue on us on how to work it out. But I think we are on a good path, and so far we have found all the necessary solutions. I'm sure we'll find it as well.
So there are solutions.
Yeah, I think reflecting on the discussion, it really shows how energy is a key part of sovereignty in Europe, and we need to be able to provide Europe with energy. And if I look at this missing part in the energy mix, then that's fusion energy, because fusion energy, it's CO2 free, it's safe, it's reliable, but it's also bandwidth. So you can run it 24/7, you can run it exactly where you have the data centers or also where you have the big industrial locations. And if I look at Germany, we are an industrial location, but our industrial locations are often not at the place where we currently can produce the energy. And having fusion or renewable energies and having fusion energy right next to a chemical plant, right next to a steel plant, would really relieve all the pressure we have on the grid right now. And for me, that's really the missing part in the energy system in combination with the renewables. So renewables plus fusion energy could really be the key towards energy sovereignty for Europe and the key to keeping the industrial base of Germany, what I believe is like the basis of our prosperity, wealth, peace, and so on.
Nevertheless, there is no fusion energy yet, and it will still take some time until we actually get there. So right now, we feel like it will be a good solution for the future, but there is no solution yet. So what we do need is a lot long-term thinking and a lot of long-term commitment towards those kind of energy ideas and solutions. Right now we have some sort of commitment. But do you feel confident that this commitment actually goes on past this legislation? Because we've seen what happens when someone like Trump comes into power, then that can change all along.
Maybe just commenting on the timeline of fusion. That is always obviously the big elephant in the room, right? But I think right now there has really been a paradigm shift if we look at fusion. Especially laser fusion has demonstrated energy gain in December of 2022 in a national lab in the US. So we have demonstrated in laser fusion that it is possible to produce energy. Now it's about commercializing this and bringing this to scale and into power plants. And if I look at recent studies, then there is a study from the Fusion Industry Association amongst companies and experts that where 70% of them believe to see fusion power plants on the grid in the next 10 years. And I think if there's a possibility for technology with like 70% to be there in the next 10 years, then Germany needs to have the ambition to be there. And on your question, yes, can a new government change something in 4 years? Yes, of course they can, but and I think it's like we need to do everything we can right now. We've been talking about speed and the 3 months and so on to put everything in place to really get Germany up and running there. And even talking about Trump, even though he said like trill, baby, trill and oil, he didn't cut the budget for fusion energy. And the new head of the Secretary of Energy in the US also pointed out how important fusion energy will be for the US. So even someone like the new administration in the US didn't change the support for fusion energy.
Well, we're going to kind of hope that we're never going to get a government in Germany similar to Trump. So we hope this is just a very this future discussion that's never going to happen. Anyway, what I wanted to ask is like Black Semiconductor, you want to grow. You actually, what I find interesting is like you're just going to say like we're probably not going to need that much energy consumption because we're just going to bring it down, which is a good point. But what does it take you? And we need companies like yours in Germany to be on going back to strategic autonomy. What hinders you to scale up even more here in Europe right now?
First of all, let's talk about the advantages here. We have the advantage that we have a very strong research basis, which is exactly what made that entire development possible. So without the research, it would never have happened. And the research was, like I said, 10 years, and it was 1 billion. So it was a lot of money focused on a very specific new material system. That was actually worth a Nobel Prize, that material system. Okay, so number one, this is where we come from. Now, what do we need as a next step is help funds to allocate large amount of capital in a comparably risky stage. That's exactly the trick that is for Marvel Fusion very important, and this is for us important, for others that, for example, building rockets or what is very comparable. You need a lot of capital to solve a technical problem, and you only know if it works if it's working. You have, of course, a certain evidence that it actually should work, and that's why you can raise the capital and justify and say, okay, look, there's a certain risk, but hey, it should work. And this is where I think regulatory boundaries can be removed so that more capital can be allocated into such high risk.
Okay, just before we come to you, just one question. It's like, because you just make sure regulatory, you mentioned regulatory issues. Where do you want the money to come from? Public investors, private European investors, private American investors, private Chinese investors? I mean, it's different.
Sure. I think pension funds should be really enabled to allocate more of their funds to...
The European pension funds?
For example, yes. Mm-hmm. And that, if that flows into an investment ecosystem, and that's exactly... These are the people that know how to do due diligence on these opportunities and find out the ones that have a good chance to survive. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, the German taxpayer should really spend money on these opportunities every single year. Imagine how how Google started, and in Meta and so on. If we do that frequently enough, it's just a number of scale. And if we as a taxpayer spend enough money and make enough of these opportunities happen, chances that something big will emerge is really, really realistic.
Mm-hmm. No, it just, we all need funding, we all need capital, but I think what we see is that we're trying to develop new value chains. And that's very important, that there are value chains. And where we have succeeded is where we have someone taking an architect role, making sure that the whole value chain is coordinated and funded. There's a lot of chicken and egg situations. Do you build the EV infrastructure, charging stations before you force the car manufacturers to develop the cars? And in the CCS business, do you fund the emitters to capture their CO2 before you have a storage, or before you have the onshore infrastructure, or you have the shipping available? So having someone taking that architect role is where we have succeeded. We've invested in 2 full-scale CCS projects, and the one where the Norwegian government took that coordinating role, and another one in the UK. Where we struggle is when we come to EU, because is it EU or is it the local, countries who's going to play that role? And we struggle to see who steps up and actually takes that role.
I wanted to comment on the funding point that you just made. I've recently seen a graph that showed the 10 most valuable companies of Germany, where SAP is the youngest one, 52 years old. 10 most valuable companies of the US have all been founded afterwards. And they're not only software, right? There's software, there's hardware, there's everything. And 9 of these 10 are VC-backed. And where's the VC money coming from in the US? A big portion of that is pension funds, is endowments, and so on. So there is if you look at that, there is a real issue. If we say we have the ambition to build big companies here, if we say we have the ambition to build deep tech companies, then we need to solve this funding topic, otherwise that's not going to happen. And I think the second point, if you also look then again at all of these successful companies in the US, a lot of them had initial funding from APA-E, DARPA, APA-H, and so on. Now we have the Agency for Disruptive Innovation in Germany, Sprint, which I think is an important first step to get there as well. But if I look at the budget of Sprint compared to the budget of these US agencies, then the budget of Sprint currently is, I think, 200 million per year, and combined budget of them is 10 billion. So we have a factor of 20 in between. So I think we need to solve these 2 things. First, get bigger VC funds here in Europe to also enable VC-backed funding for companies, and then, give bigger budgets to these agencies like Sprint, who are doing an amazing work.
Well, how about your pension funds?
That is something which I really wanted to comment on that as well. I have to agree with everybody else who mentioned this issue, and I think this is one of the critical missing elements for us as a continent, as a European Union, to have that access of capital to the technological advancing companies. And I think something which I think we missed to carry that message, it works in 2 ways. One, we have to do institutional setup as convenient as possible for those institutional investors to come in and be accessible to our companies. We're doing everything possible at national level. There's also a bill in Parliament to be voted by Monday next week, but this is just a national thing. But generally and strategically thinking, it is of really critical importance for us to have that funding available here, and we have to carry a message. Because when you look at startup technological young companies now in Europe, in Lithuania, in other European countries, we see this massive potential. We have deep tech companies like that evolving this new technological advancement. We want to make sure that these companies continue to work here, but not take a leapfrog across the Atlantic to the other side, right? This is of our importance, and a critical answer of that is pension funds and other capital investments.
But before I come to you, because you also want to mention, I mean, you're in and out of Brussels often, I guess, or often enough anyway. So seriously, that problem has been out there for a while. Yeah. What makes you certain that we actually get to solve it?
I'm not certain at the moment. I have to admit, I am not certain. But one thing I see happening at the moment, I see that alignment that others talked about between what is happening in the European Commission, what is happening at national governments, We're happy to say there's a presidency of European Council coming up as well, and the current Polish one, and the leadership of Germany. I see a lot of alignment and competitiveness with a clear understanding of what needs to be done is getting aligned. So this is giving a very solid foundation for us not to miss this step, but it's critical not to miss it. And implementation, especially in Brussels, has always been a problem. We always had good strategies. We always had good paperwork done, but the issue of implementation has always been a key, critical one, and now we have a good moment in time to make sure that we don't miss this opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see we're running out of time, and I could talk for hours about funding, but my pet peeve is the innovation fund. It never gives enough money. It gives a little bit of money, it sprinkles it here and there to keep people happy, but it never gives deep enough funding to actually get projects over the finishing line. So, yeah.
Okay, last question, because we're out of time. Do you feel like this is because there is not enough money, or do you feel like because there is not enough strong belief into that certain area, whatever technology it is?
I don't think it's coordinated enough.
Okay.
I think, I see it from the CCS. We need concentrated customers in one area. EU is spreading it out to, different capture projects all over Europe, and they're not connected. They're not coordinated in timing or anything.
And not prioritized enough.
And it's just too little. And I think when you look at deep tech, we invest in a lot of venture companies as well. And there's initial funding, but the funding to scale up and commercialize it, that's the valley of death, I guess. And that's where you miss or you lose all the different companies. So, I could go on.
Yeah, I know. I guess we all could. But there is a break afterwards, and we can do that or come to us and ask questions, all that you want. I'm just not quite sure if you're all going to be sticking around. But I hope you do. So after this, we're going to go on a break, I guess. Break. Okay, I actually have to say something, because we've spoken about the wind yesterday. Please, there is no lunch outside, because, there is no opportunity. Please go to the Sky Lounge. The Sky Lounge you can reach through an elevator that's on the first floor. So get to the first floor first, and then there's an elevator to the Sky Lounge, and there will be lunch. And then there will be also interesting discussions during lunch. One is on the competition between China and the US. Then there is one on an expert session on Africa and critical minerals. We've spoken about that often, very, very important. And one also a topic that we touched earlier in Wasserturm, which is outside in a different building, which is on space strategy and industry. And I guess we're going to keep on talking just a little bit. Thank you very much for joining us right now, and I'll see you back after the lunch break. Thank you. Herzlich willkommen zurück. Schön, dass
Oh, welcome
wir Sie
back.
alle wieder sehen.
I'm glad to see you all
Ja, Technologie
back
haben wir heute
here.
ein bisschen was drüber gesprochen,
Technology
gestern auch,
is
weil
something
natürlich
we've been
in Deutschland
discussing
wahnsinnig
today and
viel
last night. And why?
Wissen tatsächlich
Because
auf neue
we have
Technologien, weil
a
wir wissen,
lot
nur mit neuen
of interest in new
Technologien
technologies
werden
in
wir es
Germany,
schaffen,
because we know
unsere
it's only when we have
Wettbewerbsfähigkeit
those
zu halten.
that we'll
Und
be
deswegen
able to
geht
keep
es
our
im nächsten
competitiveness.
Panel, und
So,
das
in
ist
our
Impuls
next
auch
panel,
Deutschland
and
komplett
as
nach
a
Technologie
brief keynote, we're
Führerschaft.
going to
Und
talk
dazu freue
about
ich mich
Back
sehr,
to the Future
dass aus unserem neuen
Germany in
Dorothee Bär hier
the
ist,
race to
Bundesministerin für
technology
Forschung und
lead. And I'm happy that Dorothy Bär is with us. She is the new Minister for Technology, Research, Technology and Space.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank für die netten Worte.
Thank you very much for the kind words and the friendly introduction, and above all, many thanks for inviting me to be here. I just told Mr. Leibinger, we always go back to what we've seen before, and this is the area where I remember we signed the coalition agreement, but Mr. Leibinger said, sorry, I can't say that, the Chancellor mentioned it yesterday. We hadn't agreed on that, but it's definitely a feeling which comes back, because it's 49 days to the day that we signed the agreement. So I was particularly pleased that, with the permission of the head of the Chancellery, I jumped up after the Chancellor gave his government speech and joined you. So anybody who criticizes me leaving the plenary chamber, please defend me. But I wanted to be here, Mr. Leibinger, Ms. Gunnar, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here because the issues you discuss are very important. I have the hope, I have the feeling and the knowledge from previous years that we are good partners, that we really have things in common, namely, together we want to move Germany forward again. In 1992, I joined the party's youth organization, the Young Union, and don't worry, it's not going to be a self-help group or nostalgia trip. It's just because 1992, when I was 14 years old, I decided to be involved in politics. And at that time, a man won the presidency of the United States with the slogan, "It's the economy, stupid." That was Bill Clinton. And this saying was something which we in the Young Union thought was cool and nice and snazzy. And of course, it helped him win the election. So at that time, it was unusual. And when I became the Minister for Research, Technology and Space this year, I felt something that you probably know because you'll be written about, and it's always interesting when you read them and they write about you, you suddenly learn things. And in the first few weeks, there were some protests, some critical voices saying, how can somebody be the Minister of Research who is so pro-business? Too pro-business, that's not good for science or for academia. I don't know. I mean, sometimes you understand what people criticize, sometimes they don't. I've never understood this criticism because I never understood why it should be such a bad thing to want to make money with good ideas, apart from all the other positive side effects. So, without wanting to quote Bill Clinton again, I'd probably put it differently, but I agree with the substance of what he said. What do people in Germany want? They want us to be bold again, to find a good footing for this country, that the economy moves forward. We've seen in recent years it isn't working. And if we think we can just rest on the hard-won laurels of prosperity that others generated. So now we have to think, what can we rely on? What do we have to focus on? And that's what my ministry is all about, technology with a potential. So I would like to start with that very issue. Why is that? Because today we open a big fair and exhibition in Germany which is dealing with quantum technology exclusively. Let us look at quantum technology. You find in the Quantum Technology Monitor 2024, they're saying with quantum technology and its application, up to 2 trillion can be earned in just the next 10 years in a variety of different areas, from the pharmaceutical industry through the financial sector, the mobility sector. So it's a ginormous economic potential. And as you have heard in several speeches of your guests, we live at a time of massive geopolitical change. So, and if we haven't understood it yet, now is the time to make sure that we do not have too much technology dependence on others, particularly when it comes to key technologies. We need to be able ourselves not just to understand key technologies, but to develop them further and to manufacture them. And that brings me back to the beginning. How else can we maintain our prosperity? How can we protect the way we live? How do we want to defend this way of life? In recent days, I've been able to discuss that with the Director General of the BDI. We traveled in Japan for a few days, and it's a good thing to see that there are other countries in the world who also want to defend and protect our world. And it's good to see that we have partners not just within the EU, but particularly at this geopolitical time, on the other side of the world, there is big support, and I'll get back to that. So in short, if you really believe in our freedom, if you want to maintain it, if you want to maintain our democracy, you will need your own strength, and above all, you will need key technology. So we want to free the spirit of research, because our country has so much potential in our companies, in startups and offices everywhere. And you've seen what the German government has decided. One of the very first measures we decided was to improve the research allowance. We also want to have a lump sum allowance. And we have an excellent scientific and academic system, which we have to reinforce even further. But at the same time, the insights we have gleaned already need to be monetized better. Obviously, we need very good basic research, that is not in question, but we also need to accelerate and simplify transfer, and to make it clear that it's good to want that transfer. We're saying from lab to live, and that is the idea we want to follow in our political measures. But let's not just talk about it, let's do it. We're seeing a lot of skepticism, particularly vis-à-vis science and academia. And let me say this clearly, for some years we have many MPs, and particularly one political party in the German parliament, which isn't really into science research and scientific insights. And that makes it all the more important that we can all see that we all benefit from research in our everyday lives. That is one of my favorite subjects. And it's so important because it really affects every single person in this society. And that is health research, because that brings advances to millions of people, that can prevent disease, and it can make life easier for those who are already suffering, or maybe even save their lives. And in international markets, we can make strides with health research, which is why it's such an important subject to me. And from the very beginning, on the basis of experience gleaned in recent years and decades, I understand what it means for a country if we have this isolated thinking. I worked as a Secretary of State in the Ministry of Transport. I spent 4 years in the Chancellery, and I was responsible for digitization in one, for logistics in the other. And so it's always been my job to try to work across these individual islands. So it's also my idea that these ministries can be sort of broken up. And I don't mean literally building the buildings, the bricks, but I want to make sure that we work with each other much more, that we do joint projects, move things forward together. And as far as health research is concerned, it was very important for me to work together with the health minister, whether we're talking about post-COVID or many other issues, where there's still a lot of money to be made for those who are working in this area. Women's health is one of these issues where we are very much involved. And for those who are not intrinsically motivated, that's a big market. So what do we do in concrete terms? What are the projects we are planning? There are some central points I would like to mention, which also means breaking up this island thinking, and that is our high-tech agenda. The high-tech agenda is actually mentioned in the coalition treaty, so what do we do about it now? In our ministry, we have a technology monitoring dashboard. It's a horrible term. 20 years ago, I worked in the Cultural Committee where I was rapporteur for the protection of the German language, but despite this, is the title of this, but what is behind it? What does it really mean? The idea is that the data for the individual and identify key technologies are to be brought together, evaluated, so we see where we stand. But after that stock taking, we also want to compare us with other research nations. When it comes to medical biotech, Germany is ranking 3 when it comes to the most cited publications. But when you're looking at the patent, we're only number 6. And when it comes to startups, also 6. And it's a similar picture for quantum technologies. When it comes to carbon neutral mobility, it's different. When it comes to the most cited publications, we just make the top 10. But when it comes to the patent, we are number 4. But what is the most important question is that enough? I don't think so. So when it comes to key technologies, there's a lot we need to do to catch up. And the high-tech agenda is to do that. We're dealing with AI, quantum technologies, microelectronics, biotech, fusion and carbon zero mobility. That's what we are starting with, so get an idea of our job. The first 4 weeks was spent looking within the ministry, because in the ministry there are these so-called silos, these island solutions where we're working individually, but we want to make sure that we cross-link things, we move departments so they work with each other, and we did that. We set that up, and my idea is always to first of all, make sure that those who are responsible are on board, but also the ones who are supposed to work there. And we want to involve science and academia, the federal states, companies, startups, everybody who's interested, and above all, our MPs. So the motto is top research, top transfer, should bring us top high tech. And that only works when we rely on strong partnerships. And that brings me to another important point. This is the whole European complex. We need to think more in a pan-European way, also when it comes to research. We've seen that very clearly. We need a strong European framework for research. I mean, you're all involved, and we are very grateful for your efforts. You have with the budget for 25-26, and with the financial consultants at the European level, and all of these things are happening simultaneously. Now, this special program I mentioned, why is that so vital? We need it to promote innovations, but it needs to be faster, more agile, and more efficient, so we have a technology efficient Europe. Doesn't mean we are divorcing ourselves from all others. As I mentioned already when I talked about Japan, which I'm referring to again, in the big interest of, for example, fusion, where our countries work together. I mean, for example, I landed on Saturday morning. On Wednesday, the Japanese minister is paying a return visit, so we are going to sign a letter of intent where we declare that we want to cooperate more in space. And one other thing, how can we make sure we get more excellence into Germany? Researchers from all over the world are really looking towards Europe. I think we are all very much affected by what is going on in the United States. As a definite advocate of the transatlantic system who went to a high school in the United States, I would never have thought I would say, I'm not really into the US now. It's very important, we're still doing it, but the enthusiasm for flying to the US or so, I think, well, it was greater in the past. So I'm personally quite hurt by this, but however naive you may think it, I hope it will change one day. However, until then, we will keep our doors wide open and try and track the brightest minds from all over the world, not just from the United States. In the coalition agreement, before these decisions were made, we already decided on the 1,000 Mind program. It could also be 1,000 plus minds. Because even now, when it comes to researchers from all over the world, we are the second most attractive countries to go to. So this crisis is indeed a great opportunity for us. So you see, we've got a lot of things planned. We also want to maintain a lot of things. Our ministry doesn't just have a new title. The cool kids, I'm definitely not a kid anymore, but let's do this. When you're looking at the FTR, and if you add vowels, then FTR stands for future. So nice old style way of looking at it. So the factor for research, technology and research, these would be the German, it's a German acronym for the ministry. And we are clearly committed to space, to the European Space Agency, which we would like to strengthen. And it's not just about, as it were, money, but also the substance. Substantive things are very important. And I think it would be a very good and a very visible thing. I'm sure you all have kids or nephews who are proudly walking around with a NASA T-shirt. Why don't they buy an ESA T-shirt? That would be very nice too. So thank you to the BDI for the time being.
Thank you very much to the BDI. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm looking forward now to what the others have to say. Yes, well, come and join us then. Let's bring the others up onto the stage. Please, up here, Joachim Braun, Divisional President of ABB Process Industries, John Galvin, CEO Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Germany, Maria Birlem, CEO of Uri Gravity, and Alexandra Kohlmann from ROWE. The idea with the ESA T-shirt, I think, was a good idea. Let's suggest it to SEA. Can never have enough T-shirts. So, additional income. First point. You said that you certainly would like to make sure that we can make better use of our knowledge. And I think really that is the main problem. We discussed it on another panel before. And it really is, I think, a widespread insight that research findings, which are fantastic in Germany, no doubt about that, that we need to put them to better use. How? Well, there are examples. A new one now, I have to be careful. It's not because I'm Bavarian, disclaimer, but if you look at entrepreneurship, there are examples at the Technical University in Munich, which has been ranked top of Europe now in its class. It is possible, but they still say there's room for improvement, and they're already cooperating with universities, which is crazy in Germany, in another federal state. And these are all points where we can improve. Or up until 2023, one thing that didn't work well, but Bavaria has changed this, was that you can study your BA in English. You don't have to wait for the MA. And these are all questions. Do we want to have this global excellence or not? And one big issue, I never promised this for 20 years because I didn't think we could meet the pledge, but getting rid of red tape, and now it really is after the 11th hour, and we do have some simplifications for award procedures, for example. We need to do more. So if that's already quite special to look at another federal state, the universities anyway, how are we going to get companies, or let's put it the other way around, how can we get the universities to cooperate more with companies? There are positive examples of that too. For example, the universities that really do take their knowledge out to the companies. You look more perhaps at the applied universities of applied sciences. This is definitely an aim, and some federal states are better at this than others. But I don't really like this rivalry between the federal states. We need synergies there. And from day one, I've been talking to all 16 federal states, and I can see that all of them want want to work together. Why do I think it can work? One of the first things I was allowed to do as a ministry, because it only ever happens every 7 years, was to redefine the new excellence clusters. And we said we won't make this political, it's just science-based. And if a university has lost a cluster, even there, the regional ministers said, we're going to do this because it's good for the whole state and for the country, and perhaps we can start working at a European level and not roll ourselves up into little balls. Well, I think we'd all agree with that, but I think it's at the federal state level and in the universities as well that they have a very particular pride, if you like. We see it elsewhere as well. How do we get the cooperation off the ground? Uri Gravity isn't that new. It's still called a startup, but it isn't that new in the market. And what they do is they try out biotech in space, more or less. So the question is, you've worked together with the teaching hospital Charité, you still do that, and with the Goethe University in Frankfurt. So what's your learning out of all that? What works and what doesn't? Maria Birlem, Uri. Yes. We take the biology to the ISS or into space. It's our good fortune. And it's funded by the DSLR with a lot of universities and technicians involved. So yes, Charité and Goethe Universität, but also TUM in Munich. We've got a lot of universities on board. And there we work with the researchers on the really cutting-edge issues. Because we do our research well and we support others, of course you could always do more, but we can see we look to see what happens to the findings, what happens to the science. We take these mega brains, what happens afterwards? And we have a few projects where we are flying out the applications, and we need to be much better at that. The people who dare to do these things that we fly out there, they're not getting enough support, they've not got enough budgets, not enough speed. They need to get hold of the money quicker, to scale this up quicker, or they need more customers. And I think a government, Germany, federal states, whatever, but Europe as a whole too, of course, with the ESA need to step up that pace. But why this request from politicians? Isn't it in the industry of the pharmaceutical industry and biotech in Germany to say, fantastic, new project, let me buy it? Well, because they don't know. We talk to a lot of pharmaceutical companies, and it's a problem for us. People say, why don't you go to the pharmaceutical industry? They've got the money. And we say, yeah, we do, but they can't see us. And Ms. Baer said that beautifully. We have to make sure we can work cross-functionally. For example, a pharmaceutical company needs a chance to try things out. For example, with us in space, where we say, look, come and try it. And we go. We tell them, we've got these themes, a few people have done it, but we're not pharmaceutical experts. We can come up with ideas and say, come and try it. Let's have a look whether we can't do medical research here. Bill Gates mentioned it. Malaria, these global epidemics. So much can be done in space because things react faster and show results faster. And then you can apply those findings on Earth. Health, women's health, is just one theme. Far too little being done there, definitely. So the German government would be a kind of amplifier? If you, as a medium-sized company at ROWE, Rover, you've been working with biosynthetic oil. You did this in-house, and somehow you manage yourselves without the help of universities. Why don't you go out there and get help? Well, we have to draw a distinction. We work with lubricants and oils, and we're working on solutions for new applications in propulsion technology, for example, drive technology. Our biosynthetic engines that you're referring to, we don't do the basic research. We're very applications-oriented in our development, and there the trigger was our new sustainability and climate strategy that we said we don't just want to look at our efficient processes, we want to reflect that in our entire product portfolio, and let's look for a sustainable alternative from regenerative resources. So we work from lab to life. Our sustainable lubricant principle, we tested in our own applications in sports vehicles. We've just been following the motor racing over the weekend, and we actually won our Grand Prix, just to show that our lubricants work faster, because there's no test rig in the world that can simulate that as much as a race. So if it works in a race, we know we can put it on the streets. It's a very authentic story and development story that we can tell. But with other applications, for example, if we're talking about hydrogen combustion or cooling batteries, thermal processes, there the world is rather different. There we need cooperations. We work together with universities and with institutes that have the right test rigs, the right equipment. And elsewhere we work with startups, for example, on digital business models that need developing, or AI applications there, I think, as well. There's a lot of opportunity there because we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. And what's really important for us, we're a family company. We need to open up and take part in ecosystems, cooperate with other companies. An excellent example is the Fiesmann boiler room, where we're an active part, and that has been really successful. So let's have a look at that. Is that push or pull? Is it that in the past you have approached the universities and the startups, or do they come to you? Now I would say I'm very active, coming here as well. Well, it's always reciprocal, really. But I think it's to do with our mentality. My father set up the company. We're only 30 years old, if you like. I'm second generation. And no one's been waiting for us. We have to take things out there ourselves. We get out there and do it, and we need more of that. So these learnings now, your own, what stops other companies from doing the same thing? I don't think we do so badly. I think there are a lot of success stories to do with family entrepreneurship. Yes, but that's always the big example. You're often quoted. Okay, international comparison. I think things have changed in the last 10 or 20 years. And like I said, we have to some extent our destiny in our hands. No point in waiting for other people.
Sie haben den Vergleich USA, China, weil wir wollen ja
you can compare USA and China, Mr. Galvin. We think Coca-Cola has been the same product for years and years and years, but you are innovating. You want to be more carbon neutral. The product inside seems to stay the same, at least as far as I can see, but the packaging is changing. How do you experience the collaboration with research and startups in Germany compared with...
Thank you very much. We're bottling Coke in Germany and for the whole of Western Europe. We're investing a great deal in innovation. When it comes to the bottling plants, there's a lot of continuous improvement involved. And Germany is a world champion when it comes to continuous improvement, get 1% better. They've got lots of wonderful German champions in that building, in that business, especially the bottling building. Where Germany is really bad is completely new things. And everything that's novel. I mean, they're not no lack of ideas, but when it comes to turning them into a reality and getting the capital to turn something into a product which can go to market, that is something where things are lacking in Germany. In the Netherlands, for example, we have signed an agreement last week with a company called Cure, They take plastic, which is not easy to dispose of, and use it for recycling and turn it into PET bottles. And they were able to attract the capital needed to build the plant. And in Germany, we've got too few of these examples. And where did they find the capital? In this particular case, they had locals, but if you're looking worldwide, there are far more examples. There is this triangle: universities, entrepreneurs, capital. And for example, for pension reform in Germany, they would support that, but you don't expect capital to come from the government, from the state. The conditions, the framework is something which already has to provide an incentive for private capital to be used. Briefly, Ms. Baer, can I ask you at this point, with GEBCOM, I mean, today you say 150 million are to be invested, one part of it goes into research. Do you think that will be enough? It says to go into digitization. Mr. Wilbecker will be happy, your ministerial colleague. You say, obviously, you need to improve cooperation between the ministries. But there's a lot of money that goes to all other ministries. I don't honestly understand what you're getting at, because the question is always, is it enough? Then we always say no, because it's never enough. But it's not just about money. And I'll tell you more about the ministries in a moment. I don't think this way. I was in the Transport Ministry for a while. I've got a large wooded area, which is larger than Saarland. So it's important we have working roads and bridges and everything. So, in other words, you need to take the holistic approach, and other ministries also have are fully entitled to demand funding. What I think is important to look at is what is expenditure which goes into investment and what goes into consumption. And I think it's very important what Friedrich Merz said in the government speech. He thanked the Minister for Labour and Social Affairs that we do, as we said, we will chuck overboard the citizens' allowance and move it into another system, because it's not an investment and because we need a different work ethic in this country again. So that has a major role to play. And as of today, we've agreed in the Parliament. I mean, obviously, Parliament will have to decide. Cabinet has agreed, but once second and third reading will pass it all, we can get going. But the cornerstones are in place, and I'm secretly very happy as far as my ministry is concerned. So this is a very secret audience here too. Mr. Ron, going back to you, obviously you have very different issues. You have a big, strong company. What is your experience? I mean, you need to do a lot of in-house research. You need to have a lot of capacities to work together with universities. You need to have money to get startups. What is your experience? I can only confirm that Germany does have an excellent research environment. 1 in 5 global research centers of ABB is in Germany. And of course, we are working with the technical universities of, for example, Karlsruhe, Aachen, Darmstadt, and to give you our favorites, which doesn't mean that the others aren't good and we couldn't work with them. So certainly that is one of the highlights in Germany. And we also find, apart from that, many technologies have become much more important in other countries. If you want to look at particular areas, battery research, which traditionally has been strong in Germany, that is something which, down into the depth of the value chain, has moved to Asia primarily. And of course, for us, that is a cause for concern. We're a globally operating company. We can react to it better than a mid-sized business can. But in general, I think it's important to see that much of what we invest in research and technology ends up benefiting the broader spectrum. In technology research, we have this very narrow view, individual beacon projects, and that sort of thing isn't very smart. If you have a very strong focus on trying to get a particular industry or company to attract to your country, and it can work, it cannot. And we've seen several times now it went badly wrong. So research and applied research and applying research results so that they can be really useful for a broader-based industrial application and help industry at large to be more competitive. We're working a lot with base materials in ABB. We're working with chemistry, with steel, with cement. And it's very important that that part of the value chain can also be run in Germany in a way which is economically viable. For us, that's a great opportunity, and ABB is very active in that. But of course, all these things have to be done in a sustainable way. And this, in turn, is something for which we need a good framework, good conditions in which we work. For us as electrical engineers, the electrification, also post-facto electrification, is very important. But if electrification leads to sustainability, we need to have the appropriate electricity prices. Otherwise, this country will not be having a leadership position for sustainable technologies. And energy prices is something which we are still going to talk about. But very briefly, we've had in another panel a comment saying if we want to put it all on a very broad basis, we need even more money to promote everyone. Isn't it understandable that we say we try to find a few, I risk to focus on one area? I think we shouldn't think that this is just about money. Red tape reduction doesn't cost money. Mr. Wildberger has a different view on that. No, when I say we need to roll this out on a broad basis, I'm not saying the money should be rolled out to many more players. I mean, measures should be taken which would benefit a larger number of companies. That can be in technology, but when we're talking about AI and digitization, that is a very important competitive factor for companies that work in Germany, and this is something which would help a lot of them to move forward. Unlike putting just one particular industry sector in one particular location. What would you say? Mr. Brown, I totally agree with you when it comes to the sustainability issue. We have a lot of innovations and startups in that. We have to make sure that we provide sustainability and also get the relevant research on sustainability in the market. So money can be earned from that, and once money can be made with it, sustainability follows. The one thing where I don't understand you is if things go wrong, then we as startups, we have this mindset, let's go and do it. But let's go and do it also means it can go badly wrong. I can fail. We're faster. And I think we're more innovative. We can manage more if we do it this way. But that means creating a mindset where we allow failure. And saying that, okay, this didn't work, we do it a different way. Fail fast is what the Americans say, so you learn very quickly from the one failure. And something NASA does very well is they invest. They don't say, okay, we've got a job, we have a tendering process, please bid and we choose one. No, they're saying 2, 3, maybe 5 companies, you get paid the first phase, and then we see what you've done. And then we convene again. And that's what we'd like the European Space Agency to do as well. Perhaps you can talk to them about it in the autumn at the meeting. The ESA would say, we want this service. Then they say, bring us the innovation, and we fund you for a while, and then ESA will choose the 3, 4, 5 best. We'll finance this first phase, which will help innovation in the companies that will sort of, not just demand, but also engender innovation in the companies. But then you have to also accept that it may go wrong. promote risk-taking. I wasn't booked as a mediator, but I still believe that you're not that far apart, because I think the main point is, I mean, on the one hand, I agree with you, yeah, I mean, failing isn't a drama, as long as you don't repeat the same mistake n times, but learn from the mistake. Yeah, try it, it's fine. Everybody who's ever worked in a lab will know how much you need to try and test until it finally works. A few weeks ago, I was awarding Jugendforsch, a youth research program award, and what they came up with, and what they originally wanted was that the result you wanted? No, actually, that wasn't it. But the question was, did you get a cool result? They said, yeah, it wasn't exactly what we set out to do, but it was fantastic. And this is all very much what it's about. Not to concentrate on one side, one business, one sector, then you have this too big to fail, and then you have to throw bad money after good. And this is what you mean. Maybe smaller projects, if they fail, it's not quite so dramatic. Maybe you'll have to do it anyway. But basically, I think the two of you aren't that far apart. You have to be able to try and fail, but at the same time, you don't have to have just the 1 billion or 100 billion program, but try things on a smaller scale and then see what happens. I'd like to interject with one question briefly. We have to do some big projects too, and the question is, if we have so much money and we scatter it everywhere, how much money is left? Because ultimately, it always comes down to money. And as long as we don't manage to find other ways and means, we talked about pension funds and acquire funds, as long as we don't get money from other sources, funding startups is still something up to the government. But this is exactly why cooperation is so important. When I'm looking yesterday, what is possible when you're talking about nuclear fusion is, if you have Max Planck talking with great enthusiasm of how they work with startups, then just that is the right thing. Or when I look at Chile, where we're currently building the largest space telescope of the world, which is going to be finished before the end of this decade. And when you look here, you have, science academia, startups, small companies, mid-sized companies, all working together. And that's what matters. Of course, when we're talking about money, and we haven't done it in detail, you also have to look out what we spend, what does it generate? So how much do we get back from this? This is very important when we're looking at investment spending, particularly in space. It becomes very clear that you get a lot of euros back in tax revenue. But maybe in Germany we could be a bit more risk-friendly to show that what you get back may be more than what you have expected.
We're talking a lot about potential failure, that things don't always turn out successful. I think we'd all agree about that, but let me try and make a link here. We could try to confine that a bit, in the sense that what we tip in at the top of the funnel doesn't have to be incredibly expansive. I would like it if there was a little bit more legal security so that I know which way things are likely to go. For example, in the car industry, we're a supplier, we've got ideas, we've got innovations we've invested in, but we don't know if anyone's going to need them. Are they actually going to mature to market? Because at the moment the situation's pretty uncertain, the way it looks. This is a specific case by uns in our sector, refineries. Here, again, we're seeing dependencies on certain commodities, and refineries are dying out. And here, again, we're becoming dependent. We need a certain amount of certainty about which way things are going with sustainability, with synthetic fuels, not just for cars, for aviation too. And there are investments that we could make, but we need a certain legal framework, a certain legal certainty, and not just forecasts which are then withdrawn. We've seen it so often recently with the CS&D. We invested for more than a year. It all made a lot of sense, but then regulations get changed after we've invested. We can make meaningful innovations, but we need to know they're going to pay back.
Man darf auch nicht vergessen, die Innovation.
We shouldn't forget that innovation is driven in big companies and in Germany, it calls for an economy that is flourishing, and we've heard a lot about getting rid of red tape. That really has to happen, but also things like productivity and the framework for investment, which is extremely important if we're going to get investors to come along and give these companies a chance. Mr. Brown, I just briefly want to ask you something. We've only got 1.5 minutes, but just briefly, let's talk about China and the United States. We said technology leadership. Where would you position us? And from your experience, what do you believe? Because you are a global operator. Where would you position us? Do you really think that with this new initiative that we're setting up here, that we have a chance?
It's an
interesting position. I think in China, what I'm witnessing is that the system is probably more communist than it looks on the outside, in the sense that a lot is planned and instructed centrally. There is a 5-year plan. It's not like in the old days in the Soviet Union, where it's planned right down to micro detail, but certainly the general direction, and it's very consistent. In the United States, there's very agile entrepreneurship, including this risk capital that's available. And it's an interesting question where Germany is placing itself in between these two things. I mentioned that before. We do have to think about the entire value chain. That is the common denominator I see between China and the United States. And above all, in this geopolitical situation, there are gentle suggestions coming from the EU with critical materials and so forth, that they're looking more closely at the value chain, hence this reference to the basic raw materials in Germany. You talked about increasing dependencies. I do think that we need to catch up on these fronts. If we want to focus on something, then I need to take 5, 6 steps backwards, look at the value chain, and then, of course, sooner or later, I'll end up with research and the capability of research to commercialize its findings. At the moment, I don't think we are in a very good position between China and the United States. Well, we've got industry gathered here. Germany and Europe grew basically because of this efficient value chain. So, you're going to take this home with you? It's the worst thing that a minister can say. I'll take it home with me, because then I'd end up with a big pile. But no, I feel inspired. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank an alle.
Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you, Ina. And you're going to carry on now, are you? Yes, we're going to carry on now with an interesting discussion. Let's just move over to the side. About
deutsch-polnischen Wirtschaftsbeziehungen.
Relations between Germany and Poland in the industrial sector. And yesterday this was mentioned by our Chancellor. He very much emphasized the fact that he'd been in Paris and in Warsaw. Yes, exactly. And he's very keen to strengthen the Weimar Triangle. So it'll be interesting to hear what role business, industry can play within that. The two countries have strong links after all, especially given the current circumstances. So again, thank you to our colleagues who are rearranging the furniture. I think they're giving me the green light to invite our partners up onto the stage. But first of all, after your panel, there'll be another 2 ministers, male, female, whatever. We have Katharina Reicher, who'll be coming, and later Mr. Wildberger. So we've still got quite a lot to talk about. Yes, it's been mentioned a few times yesterday. Great. A lot of hope is being placed in digitization, and we're looking forward to hearing more about that. What's his roadmap? So it's a fantastic invitation. Now you enjoy your chat. Thank you. See you in a moment.
And I will switch languages now again, because we will be hosting the next panel in English. And we will be talking about the Union United, sovereignty in the new era of trade policy escalations. And as I just was mentioning with Ina, our German Chancellor yesterday mentioned the importance of the ties between Germany, France, and Poland, and we want to take a closer look at the German-Polish business ties. And I'm really happy to welcome now Maciej Witucki. He's the president of Confederation Leviathan, the Polish Business Federation. I'd love to welcome you up on stage. And BDE President Peter Leibinger. Lovely. Great to have you here. Would you like to go into the middle? Yeah. We'd like to have you here. We'd like to embrace you a little bit for this talk. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining. And as I just mentioned, our Chancellor has been very eager to increase the ties between Germany, France, and Poland, the so-called Weimarer Dreieck within the geopolitical context and also the context in Germany. And actually in his speech yesterday, he really emphasized that he wants to take the role Germany has within the European Union seriously, not just for the West, but also for the Eastern countries, Eastern members of the European Union. And in this context, it's going to be very interesting. Where do we actually stand with regards to the German-Polish business ties? Because we know on a geopolitical level and on a level of security, Poland has emerged kind of as a role model when it comes to security and investments into military, and also defense spending. And I know that it's not been easy also for Polish society. And so maybe we can also link the importance of strong economic development and security along the Polish example, because your economy is set to grow this year. More than 3% is the forecast. I think, a figure we would all wish for in Germany in these times. I mean, when will we reach 3% again, I wonder? And so maybe you can also let us know what we might learn from Poland. But before we dive into this a little bit deeper, where do you actually see the German-Polish business relations right now, the economic ties? At what level are they currently? And how has it changed maybe in the past months?
I think, first of all, they are excellent. So you are our preferred partner. You are our biggest partner. It's 25%, roughly 25% of our imports are coming to and from Germany. At the same time, we got a bit more independent, so we are not this much related to the German economy. It's still 25%, but with more and more diversification from Polish perspective. So for me, it's the best possible relation. So it's very strong, but it's also equitable. So we are kind of both depending on each other while having a lot of common interest. And I think the big change in the last month, sorry for changing a bit the subject, but I think that's what I see now traveling through different capital cities like Berlin, Rome, Paris. Everybody understood that we have to work together. And I think the big change of the last months, this is something I see on the business side. So our side, whenever I meet people from BDI, Confindustria, MEDEF, or other business organizations, everybody understood that we have to collaborate. Obviously, we are competitors. So they are competing businesses in each country. But everybody understood that we have to collaborate at the European level. So I now tend to repeat that my patriotism with Warsaw, but my sovereignty it is somehow with Brussels. So only collaborating at the European level, we can face up the global challenges. So this is the big change. And second part of the big change, this is the one on the business side. The other one is on the political side, that we feel in Brussels. Also this understanding of we have only this term, we have only these 3-4 years of the current commission, of the current parliament, and if we do not succeed politically and we do not succeed business-wise, I mean, somehow, I don't want to be too strong, but we are doomed at the European level as well, altogether. So this is the big change.
Yeah, you're probably looking back on the latest European elections, which, should have brought many people to their feet already, and then the German elections and the knowing in Germany that this time really counts politically and business-wise. And a question we raised yesterday was already, how much time do we actually have to keep up the trust and the momentum right now?
I think we have very little. Look at Poland. We won the people elected a super democratic government year and a half ago, and after a year and a half ago they elected the previous regime president with obviously majority of 200,000 votes, but still with a majority, and we cannot cancel democracy. So we have very little time, and on both dimensions, on the business one, with the one which concerns me the first, but also on the political one, to propose to people something which is sexy enough, if I may say so, that they want to stay within the democratic regimes, within the European solidarity and cooperation. So the big change of the last month is the sense of urgency. And really, I can feel it on business. It's normal because it's our day-to-day life. We have to react next day, otherwise now companies are not surviving. But also the politicians understood that this is probably the very last moment. If we don't...
Sexy seems to be a word that's very popular today. You're not the first one that's brought it up today. How do you perceive the German-Polish business ties, and where would you like to see them heading, actually?
Well, I'm very biased on this one because one of my most successful investments I've ever made is in Poland. I bought a company for Trumpf in 2008 with about 50 employees, and we now employ 1,500 people in Warsaw. And it's our world-leading development center for high-power electronics. So I'm very enthusiastic about Poland. I see Poland, and I'll stop the advertisement in a second. I see Poland today where Germany was maybe 30 years ago in the level of flexibility, enthusiasm, motivation. It's really fantastic to work with Poland. I see, secondly, a very good cultural alignment between Germany and Poland. Mr. Wituki just said when we chatted briefly before our talk here, we're both romantic nations, and I think this is very well put. We have the same cultural foundation, so there are a lot of things on the positive. However, I think we are in one of the most challenging situations in Europe, as you have alluded to, insofar as that we have a drastic paradox that we have to overcome. I'll put it very simply. We are creating a lot of pain in Brussels that is not felt in Brussels. It's felt on the outside. And therefore the results from that pain are becoming material on the outside, namely election results which we don't like, which will eventually kill Brussels. So this is a double paradox that we have to overcome. And I think, I'll be a bit philosophical here, I'm afraid. I think we can overcome this paradox with another paradox. I think if we want unity in Europe, we have to be divisional to a certain degree by uniting between Poland and Germany and France and Italy, to use 4 examples. I would take Netherlands into that group as well, and create pressure in Brussels. I think only through the national governments and only through divisionally united national governments we can create sufficient pressure in order to change the way Brussels works. I'm absolutely convinced of that, and I think we have to do it for the better of Europe. I want to save Europe, and that's why we have to do that. And to answer your question, I think Poland is an excellent partner for this, for Germany. I think it's a bit more difficult after the election results that you have mentioned, but it still is the best chance that we have to work with partners like Poland in order to do this thing in Brussels.
How do you believe anyone can put on more pressure in Brussels right now? I see your point. Yeah. I think many see your point. And at the same time, we feel...
The Council.
How do we do it?
I think the Council is the only way. And individual, personal relationships. At the end of the day, the world functions through personal relationships, through trust, and through trust in judgment of others. And this can be established on the council level if we establish trust between individual council members and if we forcefully develop relationships with then the Commission in the way that I mentioned. But I don't want to dominate the conversation with this theme. I'm sorry, I'm afraid.
No, the problem is that we are so much aligned that it will not be a very exciting panel. I'm sorry for this. We try to dispute something, but
no, you can create a roadmap.
No, but seriously,
you don't have
seriously, from our perspective, means I fully subscribe to this idea, and I will go even more simplistic. But please don't quote me on the social media. I think today we have a chance of having Chancellor of Germany, Prime Minister of Poland, Prime Minister of Italy, and President of France pushing the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and then going with the solutions directly to the Parliament, where the EPP with the Meloni part can still vote the solutions, and then the Commission will only deploy. By the way, it was the initial idea of Europe. The Commission wasn't supposed to run Europe. It became like this in the last 20, 30 years. But this comes back to the origins. So, as you said, this personal alignment of stars. And I hope that despite of the last elections, Poland will stay a star of Europe. We have this personal possibility with the small Englishman under the table, because the UK is also very, very present in those discussions. And
Boy,
I like
would
it.
he be happy to hear that,
and
right?
I like it. And I like
Small Englishman under the table.
But this is creating an option which keeps my romantic soul a bit optimistic about the fact that we, within this very short period, because it's dramatically short, we will be able to demonstrate to 500 million Europeans that there is the future of our industries, of our businesses, and then there is all the next steps, because we need the businesses first to pay taxes, and with those taxes we only can think about security and all the other challenges with education, health, etc. So business first, and we have, in what I see in my experience with Brussels is exceptional opening to our positions. So what we see as Business Europe, we would never be heard so much, we would never be asked by the Council and by the Commission to give with our concrete solutions as we are today, since 6-12 months. So we have to use this window of opportunity. I don't discuss if the new von der Leyen is reforming what the old von der Leyen did in the past. I don't care. I'm pragmatic. As long as we can progress, we go ahead with the president we have.
So how much pressure do you think our Chancellor can put on Ursula von der Leyen?
I think she'll listen.
I think so too.
Yeah. And I think that if she feels that we're serious, that Merz is serious, she will know that ultimately, to achieve her goal, which is to keep Europe alive and to create a legacy for herself, she will do what the strong European leaders, not only Merz, recommend. And I think that in a way I've felt it over the last 2 days here, that there is a change in spirit that is taking place, both in the sense of optimism that is in the room. Of course, a lot of it is also hope. But as you mentioned, also in the sense of that European leaders no longer own the truth, but start to listen to business. They have understood that business is necessary. So there's a change of spirit in many aspects, in many respects, and maybe we have to, in some obscure way, be thankful for President Trump to have happened, for this spirit to change of spirit to happen. But regardless what it comes from, it is there. We can grasp it. It's out there. We have felt it over the last 2 days, and we feel it throughout the country and throughout Europe. And let's seize that opportunity. And I guess what would be an interesting discussion to be had, which we can now have, is what can business do? What can business associations do in order to promote that spirit, but also to promote the leaders of our nations to be more forceful in Brussels?
I would actually like to go a step back.
I'm taking over moderation here. I know. I'm sorry. It's not my role.
But since I've also noticed for these past 1.5 days that he likes to dive deep in the conversations, which is lovely and helpful. But when we talk about increasing the business ties to change something on the political level, in hope that the Green Deal will turn into a growth deal eventually, let's take a step back. How do we need to rethink sovereignty in these times within the growth context? Sovereignty also with regards to the geopolitical challenges that we're all facing.
As I said at the very beginning, for me, the only way to defend our sovereignty at Europe is Europe. Means no country, even the German economy, is not big enough on its own with the current pressures coming from the US, from China, also the threats from Russia. So we have to work it together. You ask the question what the associations could do. It's build stronger structures, spend more money on expertise, because today, when we go to Brussels, it's too late now. It's outdated to speak about competitiveness and to speak about reindustrialization and to speak about growth. Now the guys are coming in front. They put to us a white paper and they say, okay, but concretely, what do you want to change? So it's on us today at the national level, but also on the cooperations we have between countries, at the Business Europe level as well, to come with the very concrete solutions point by point. And for me, a good example was a report. I really incentivize everybody, a publicity page, a report from Business Europe in January this year. It's 62 pages of the very concrete points, like CBAM should not be applied to the goods at 150 euro, because this is an expensive, not even as a pen. So you cannot account the CO2 for 150 euro. It should be minimum 1,500 euros. Very, very specific solutions. So we have to work the BDIs, the Leviathans, the MEDEVs, the Confindustrias on really points we want to have those politicians pushing, because the only other institutions having this detailed knowledge is Commission, and we all agree that Commission cannot reform itself. So we have to do their job somehow, bring to the politicians a kind of ready white papers, and those white papers push them within the next omnibuses to be deployed immediately, because again, time puts on us a big pressure. We have very little time.
In this. Go ahead, and then I will ask my question.
Okay. Sorry.
No.
So sovereignty. I think 3 things. First of all, we have to make very clear, in addition to what you have said, let's be concrete. Absolutely clear. Second, make clear to the European Commission that sovereignty and autonomy are 2 different things, and that they should not strive for autonomy. This will not be possible in Europe. We have to have international relations. In order to have autonomy, thirdly, you have to have strength. And let's focus on the things that take away strength from us. And a lot of the remaining 1,200 delegated acts that are still in the pipeline from the Green Deal are going to take away strength from us. Let's look at them first, because they're not enacted yet. These are easier to kill than the ones that are here already. So autonomy versus sovereignty. Secondly, strength. Thirdly, strategy. Let's focus on the things where we can have unique strengths that we need as bargaining power outside of Europe. We will need bargaining power in the future. Let's also focus on these things. If we do just the 4 things, concrete, sovereignty versus autonomy, strength, and have a strategy. In that sense, I'm of course always about technology strategy. I think we have enough concrete things to work on that will keep us busy for a while, and that will definitely make us stronger.
So if we take a strategic look at things, and the EU and the businesses within the EU, and if we take a strategic approach to the challenges, also the geopolitical challenges, I wonder how many difficult decisions lie ahead with regards to sovereignty. Who needs which business in which country? Mm-hmm. And how many parallel businesses do we actually need in each European country if we just look at it from the approach sovereignty.
So you spoke, Peter spoke about the pressure from Donald. I will speak about the pressure from Vladimir. Yes. The pressure from Vladimir gives us, as we speak today, we are just talking about the doubling or tripling our defense spendings. It's somehow a great opportunity for industries because it's defense. I know it's not necessarily the most sexy subject, but it's a lot of innovation, it's a lot of research, which then it's massively deployed in the dual use and then into the civilian technologies. And this money, we are somehow lucky because if we go into the 5%, we'll see the NATO summit in Den Haag, if we go to the 5%, even the unoptimized European defense industries will never be able to eat this money as they are today. So we have a big advantage that the stake of money will increase very much. So we'll have excedents we can use to, don't quote me, bribe the United States, because we will still have a lot of those 5% can be used to buy the stuff we cannot produce by our own, and it will give us time to develop our own industries. And obviously the money is so big, going to the 5%, that there will be enough of space to negotiate this necessary consolidation of the businesses. Obviously, we cannot build a tank per country. We cannot build a rifle per country which is used in the ridiculous quantities only for the National Day parade. It doesn't make sense. So, but again, we will have a lot of state budgets now to explain to the giants of the to the leaders. Let's go this way, leaders of the European industries, that there is a space, but we will need the consolidation. And if the states are capable to consolidate the demand and the purchasing projects, then the private companies will merge behind. So the consolidation, you don't need to order the consolidation. Just give the security of the orders coming from the states. The companies will manage. The private companies will manage behind. By the way, this is, and I will finish with this one, the only small incompatibility we have between Poland and Germany. That in Poland, unfortunately, we have a very strong state-owned sector. And it's kind of, especially in defense, it's quasi-monopoly. So it's very difficult to build partnerships together. But again, we are optimistic. We are also romantic. So I'm staying optimistic that we will be able to collaborate. But the only way is to continue the consolidation.
You know, while both of you are speaking, I'm thinking, where is the person that has the leadership, the necessary leadership skills to pull this all together on a European level?
Next question. This is hard. This is hard because the design of the European Union is really not made for that one single leadership person. It is meant to be divided in leadership, and therefore it will, by nature, it doesn't produce this type of leader. But I think in an indirect way, I would have never thought I would say this one day. In an indirect way, Mario Draghi is that leader with his report. So the leadership, the report becomes the leadership. And if you look at the two underlying themes of that report, these are unification and prioritization, or prioritization. No, well, you know what I mean.
But we need a person. We don't just need the paper, right? I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I think that I truly think that if I look at the last weeks of Chancellor Merz's Außenpolitik, foreign policy, and the way he has embraced that role, in a way he could become that. And if it is true, it's going to be interesting to find this out. Over the last years, where there was a vacuum of German leadership within the EU, the call for German leadership from around Europe was very strong. It will be interesting to see if once German leadership is there again in Europe, whether the people who called for it still want it. But let's just take it as a given, yes, they will. Then Germany has, of course, a natural role in Europe to be in a leadership role. We have to be careful with that, because given our history and given our role as the largest economy in Europe, it will always be also a divisive leadership that we have. But I think that we have a real opportunity, and it's probably our best guess to try this.
I would just add, because it's difficult to to claim Germany by a German, but as a Pole here, I would say no choice. We have no time. And in fact, looking for a new partner who will be coming from Luxembourg or Monaco, it's impossible. We have 3-4 years. So we have a German Chancellor, again, we have Italian Prime Minister, Polish Prime Minister, French President, and we have Ursula von der Leyen in Brussels. And there will be no time to change because it's this term that we have to use it. The only point of difference, because we have to have one official difference, I prefer Letta to Draghi, but other than that, we are completely aligned. And no time, but those, the both are saying exactly, well, almost exactly the same. And the point is, we have this configuration, and I think this configuration we have together with those chancellors, prime ministers, presidents, it's still better than the one we have had 2 or 3 years ago, and especially with the composition of the European Parliament. So there is a chance. If we push it, there is a chance.
But while we're speaking about collaboration and further collaboration in Europe and among European partners, at the same time, there have been calls in your country to end naive globalization, I think it was Donald Tusk, to strengthen the national economic resilience also, and to safeguard the national economic interests. So how does this all fit together? How can the countries balance this? And what does this mean for the future?
Well, I'm afraid that the norms of the political language are not what they used to be in the past. So in the political campaignings, politicians are somehow going a bit far, employing the language of the enemy's populists. So again, business is rational. And I think that again, whenever I speak with the Polish companies, whenever state-owned or private companies, whenever I speak with the Germans, Italians, French, whatever, people from Portugal or Norway, they are all somehow in the same mood. We have no options. We have to collaborate. We have to work together. This end of globalization, I think it's when Tusk spoke about end of globalization, then he was corrected by his own candidate to the presidency saying, oh, but he thought about out of Europe globalization. Okay. So he was corrected by his own team a few hours later because effectively the statement was not very helpful. So when he said that he will keep the public tenders in Poland for Polish companies, no, he will keep the tenders for European companies. And this is the line, and this is the only option. And I think that we have absolutely pro-European Prime Minister, and whatever difficult comes with this presidential election, the Prime Minister is ruling the country, so the Prime Minister will keep the country in this loop of the people understanding that we have 3-4 years.
We have only 2.5 minutes left, basically. I think it would be nice to end this talk with a question: what can we learn from each other? What can Germany learn from Poland, and what can Poland learn from Germany?
I think, of course, we can learn from Poland the sense of urgency concerning the refortification of our national defense. They are a few hundred miles closer to the eastern, to the Russian border than we are, and it's amazing how exponential this sense of urgency grows with closeness. It's a bit like gravity. Secondly, I think when I'm in Poland, I'm always, as I said with my opening statement, I'm just always infected by this spirit of this can-do spirit, as they say. This is very, very, very motivating to experience that. And as I also said, I feel that the spirit in Germany is changing, and if Poland can infect us a little more with this can-do attitude, I think that would be very helpful.
I'd like to change my question. Actually, to pick up on something he just said. A few days ago, I can't recall where I read it, but it was a thesis that maybe the countries in the eastern part of Europe, as for example Poland, are more flexible now and will adapt more quickly due to the experience they had immediately after the Iron Curtain came down and the change in the economic systems. Would you agree on that?
Well, I think that we always had the state never helped us. So we always have been, like, Polish companies have been always somehow acting against the willingness of the communist state and the foreign states in the past. So we're experts on the kind of resistance to the state. So we did the same with the European directives. But seriously, and second element of luck we had, somehow I'm surprised to say so, we have had 8 years of the conservative regime, and this regime was delaying all the regulations, not consciously, just because they didn't like Brussels. So by doing this kind of sabotage, they helped us, because a lot of those ESGs and CSRDs didn't came in force. Now they are coming, so suddenly we discover how it is to be European. It's not very pleasant, but seriously, we're pro-Europe here. But it helped us. It helped us a lot, and it gave us some margin of adaptation. But today, there will be no miracles in Warsaw. There will be no miracles in Brussels. There will be no miracles in Paris. Either we solve out this situation together, or again we are doomed in the global deglobalization, which was quoted by Prime Minister Tusk.
So no miracles, but lots of hard work. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Witowski, Mr. Leibinger. Thank you. And now I will switch back to German. Wir haben jetzt eine Pause bis 15 Uhr und ich wünsche Ihnen ganz gute Gespräche. Bis später.
herzlich willkommen.
Welcome
zurück.
back.
Ich hoffe auch an der Stelle wieder. Sie haben
I
die
hope
Pause
you
genutzt.
have
Ja,
been
wunderbar,
making good
wunderbar,
use of your
seit
break.
jetzt 1,5 Tagen schon fast.
We've had almost a day and a half. We're talking about competitivity, the future for Germany. Who can tell us more about that than our Minister for Economic Affairs? And let me welcome Katharina Reiche. We're looking forward to what you have to say to us.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Vielen Dank, das war kurz und schmerzlos.
Thank you, that was short and sweet.
Lieber Peter Leibinger,
Peter Leibinger,
liebe
Tanja Gönner,
Präsidium des BDIs,
Board of the BDI, Holger Lösch, ladies and gentlemen.
ich bin sehr gerne hier zu
I
Ihnen gekommen,
was very happy to come here to talk to you because I heard on the way here that the mood is pretty good here. And as I have to attend a lot of appointments where that's not so much the case, it's a great pleasure to be here. So new eras, new solutions is the motto for your Day of German Industry. It sounds like fresh start and we need one. And it's correct. This country has been losing time. The indicators that I'm only going to touch upon because I don't want to spoil the mood, I want to keep you buoyant, you're familiar with them. And we talked briefly with Peter Leibinger about it. Yeah, 3 years more or less stagnation. High subsidiary labour costs, excessive tax and other levies, a pretty unflexible labour market, bureaucracy, lack of innovation, high costs of energy, snail pace digitisation, but I hope that Carsten Wilberger will be doing something to improve our mood on that later. And a capital market, were it to be unchained, could do and would be able to do a lot more than it has been doing. So let me say, it's not just a problem of the last 3 years. To be fair, the previous governments cannot be directly associated with enthusiasm for reform. That wasn't the case beforehand either. But even previous governments demonstrated a willingness to show risk, but we are now plucking the fruits of years of lack of audacity. And now we need to take action. We have to take action because if you stand still at the moment, you are going to fall back. We have highly dynamic regional economies in the world. We have economies that have a determination to be successful, where people are hungry for progress and where there are clear geostrategic aims, which a microeconomy has to respect. And the aim is to shift the balance, but permanently restructure power. And in this global competition, we don't just want to subsist, we must. We need to catch up with the leaders again. And if we are already up there among the leaders, we need to defend that. We need more dynamism, we need more market economy, we need more competition, and we need a greater determination for victory. Mr. Jack Welch, CEO of GC Electric, once awarded Manager of the Century. He was good at quotable comments. One, the 3 S of winning in business are speed, simplicity, and self-confidence. That's good advice for all of us here. Let's start with the last one. Self-confidence. Yes, we can be self-confident in Germany. In the recent weeks, I've been traveling a lot. I went to see our French neighbors, talked to our neighbors in Poland, the Weimar Triangle, on the level of economic affairs and energy. I've been reviving that conversation. I had a lively exchange with the most relevant commissioner that we need to work with now, Šefčovič. He was with you yesterday. We need to move ahead in Europe, but Germany, above all, needs to move ahead in Europe. And that's something that our partners, our neighbours, have urgently asked for. If Germany doesn't find its way back to economic strength, then this continent faces tough times. Without growth in Germany, the French will find it hard to recover, and everyone around us too. So it's not just a demand to Brussels to do more on trade, in all other themes relating to competition. It's something we have to do in Germany as well. I had an opportunity last week to visit the United States and talk to relevant ministers, Scott Bessent, Howard Lankin, Jameson Greer. Yes, we have to do a lot of explaining, and I need you to help me there. German industry has so much to showcase in America. Jobs, investments, of the 100,000 jobs that German companies have created in the United States, 35% of them in manufacturing, industrial jobs, where this administration is looking very closely. And when you talk to them a bit, it's quite clear that in trade conflicts, no one wins. Everyone loses. So we need to do all we can. Germany support the Commission on the 9th of July with a nice to come up with a nice lean paper. I think the Commission has learned a bit here about what needs to happen. Of course, you can discuss every single tariff on 3,000 pages, but it takes a while. You can produce a framework to do the work later on to take pressure out of the situation. The losses that we're currently making, the uncertainty, we need alleviation. But we're going to have to carry on working after the deal too, and non-tariff hurdles or barriers, it's easier to talk about, but it's not so easy to implement. We need movement on that. I remain optimistic that we can achieve this, but it's also clear that the European Union is ready to act. We want a solution. Self-confidence, because we're talking about fundamentals here. The percentage of industry in value creation is still about 20%. That's a lot better than most other big economies in the world. It's 10% in France, it's 17.5% in the United States, and that's 70 billion euro we're talking about. Industry is the central pillar of the European economy. And we're talking about investments, skilled jobs. 90% of exports really come back to German industry. And for me, industry and SMEs, family companies, it's all part of the same thing. I'm not going to start separating them out. Innovation, cooperation with startups, technologies, seeking solutions right across industry. It's a tremendous strength, and we can rely on it. It makes us resilient across the board because we're not standing on one leg. Of course, there are tensions there, but they have opportunities within them. And while I've been traveling, I've noticed Germany is interesting. Of course, the uncertainties on the United States capital markets means that capital is looking for a safe haven. And if we're clever about this, we can profit from it in the best sense. We can be a safe haven. We can, above all, be an attractive place to invest. And we need to seize that opportunity. The figure for foreign direct investment in Germany has fallen by 5%, but with 32.5 billion euros, that's still a lot compared with before the crisis, and last year a lot more companies said they wanted to come and invest here. Capital is actually seeking conversation with the German government, and I'm sure Mr. Merz told you about this yesterday. So we're talking about 23.5 million euros, as I said. It's almost a record amount, and we are among the top 5 investment countries in the world. And this coalition needs to invest in growth, following all the stagnation, invest in the market, in competition, in the principles of the market economy. And we've made a start. A first package was initiated 2 weeks ago. We agreed on 30% depreciation on investment goods. Okay, that might not be perfect, and we still have corporation tax, which we're not going to introduce for a while. And it could be more ambitious, you're right, but we have to make a start. And we have sent out signals at an early point. After only 30, 40 days in power, in office. We've increased the research levy, depreciation rates on vehicles have been improved. And a few weeks ago I read that the Ministry of Economic Affairs, some journalist wrote, is being accused of only paying attention to the old economy. But I wonder what that is. Does that mean automotive, chemicals, special chemicals, basic chemicals, metallurgy, steel, commodities, paper, food, shipping? If all of this is the old economy, then I think we can move on to the easy bit. I think that this is the linchpin of the German economy.
Ich sehe da hochinnovative Industrien, ich sehe neue Technologien.
There's a lot of innovative industry out there. I can see companies who are conquering markets, and I can see a basis abroad that envies Germany. We've agreed on a budget now for 25. We're now looking at 26. Let me just say a few words about that. Yes, the headings are right today. 500 billion euros, special funds, infrastructure, climate change, 500 billion euros for defense. But both of those are important if we carry out the structural reforms we need. I mentioned a few, but we need others as well, that make us able to use that money fast and efficiently, to enable us to grow. For example, we need to work longer, we need to tackle the demographics, take a critical look at it. It was the president of the Federal Bank who made it very clear in the cabinet today that if we can't work longer, we're not going to make headway. And we may be champions at part-time work, but that's not going to make us world champions in the Champions League. We need to invest in defense, we need to invest in infrastructure. And if I look at the requests we've had, the conversations we've been having, then these investments could become really fruitful. Defense needs leadership. The defense capability of our country depends on so many things: procurement processes, updating our armed forces, catching up on major technological lags. But defense capability is also a matter of leadership in companies. And this is important to me personally from my previous activities. Defense capability preparation for crisis means not just taking the citizens with you, because citizens are also the people who work for us. So that means investing in our own companies to make them more resilient in critical infrastructure, in cyber defense, in reactivating resources, working together with local councils, with the armed forces, but also planning our human resources accordingly. And I'm going to ask you to help. You can't leave it to the government and the army on their own. Secondly, we at the Ministry of Economic Affairs are going to take our responsibility and support the federal armed forces in modernizing their procurement processes. And we're also going to be paying attention to startups and defense technologies in this field. After long discussions about dual use, yes or no, I think those are a thing of the past now.
And this brings me to the second S, simplicity. Simplicity means lean structures. I think we are too slow. Yes, we are also too complex. Yes, approvals take too long. And yes, we are determined by the idea of being perfect and then having so many regulations and exemptions from the regulations that we can cover every single possible individual case. If you printed it all out, probably this hall wouldn't be full. Probably the whole of the Europe campus would be filled up. Simplicity means lean and well-targeted. And that's what I meant when I say, how can we make sure that the infrastructure money is really spread out? Because we need to invest in infrastructure, that goes without saying, but we also need different capital participation models. I'm currently working with the Bank for Reconstruction, because the Bank for Reconstruction, KfW, and the current funds of that kind shall be structured in such a way that we don't just find international equity investors, but also are attractive for German investors. That the fact that German investors try to invest in the US and don't want to invest their capital in Germany is a dreadful missed opportunity. So we need to set ourselves up in a different way. Having a good capital market union, which is efficient, that is very important. Also an investment union, it's an absolute must. But we need to do our homework. The EU competition law needs to be streamlined so that we have a fair competition with each other. And then we can, as I say, get economic policy back on a reality base. Costs are too high. The fact that energy costs are high is because we focus so much on extending renewables that other important building blocks of this energy triangle have lost. We're talking about supply security, efficiency and affordability. And we need to tackle that. Before the summer recess, we are going to abolish the gas storage levy, we're going to reduce the electricity tax, and we're going to reduce the costs for the grid, which means about 6 billion euros of charges will be taken over by the federal budget. Electricity price compensation will be continued. I'm currently talking about the state aid framework for that with Brussels. That is the framework we're using for industry who need a spot price because of the high energy prices we have. We need to also invest in new gas power plants. We have a very clear plan on how and when to phase out coal. Sadly, we've already passed that. But what happens then? How do we enter into the new age? It's something we thought about too late. Yes, according to the coalition treaty, we say 20 gigawatt gas power plants, but we won't be able to do that overnight. But before the end of the year, we plan to award the first capacities so that between 7 and 10 gigawatt can be launched in the market, which will help supply security, which we don't want to endanger. And that could happen if energy gets scarce and if the grid is set up in a very ungenerous way. Well, we see what happens when we're looking at the Iberian Peninsula. We need to look at other things which haven't been so much in focus, which are difficult. CCS, carbon capture and storage, we won't be able to manage without. If we're going the gas route, then CCS is necessary in order to work on the climate-related issues. We've got AI, we've got quantum technology. My colleague Dorothy Beer certainly also talked about fusion options. We need to invest in storage and semiconductors. But above all, when we say we want to be open to all technologies, that shouldn't be something used as a sort of fighting slogan. It became a bit of a toxic phrase. I think being open to technologies means that we are sure that we don't miss out on opportunities, and whatever is happening, I want this country to be part of it, to check whether we can do it too, to say, no, we've got all the technology now we need in order to be successful in 2050. I don't believe in that. The technological jumps are too fast, too big, and we can't allow to miss out on development. So we have to take what we can get, what we can invest in. And this is also true for the energy system as much as for any other research area. When it comes to bureaucracy reduction, I've already mentioned that, and I can only briefly talk about this. The once-only principle, which our Baltic neighbours have been implementing for a long time, is something which should also be part of a new master data register for German companies. Once you put your master data in once, that's it. You don't then need to be asked a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth time about it. This principle really has to become the norm. And regarding the EU, if the European Commission won't play ball, things get really difficult. I take it as a positive note that the Commission has become aware that the lack of competitiveness in Europe is a weakness and that they are willing to change things. At least they've changed the wording from clean deal to clean industrial deal. At the moment, the Commission is looking at how many delegated exits there are, and they've got to more than 1,000. 1,000 delegated acts have been detected by the Commission, which really don't need to be used. Practically, they call that an omnibus. But I think an omnibus is not going to be enough. We need the scale of an Australian train that is used to carry iron ore. The longest one is 7.3 kilometers and has 682 carriages, which would be just enough for 2/3 of the delegated acts. We need to make sure that we pay attention to speed. And speed, that would be enough if we stick with the omnibus and mobility field to make sure that we go back to what Jack Welch said. The third principle is speed. We must make sure we have the right speed. There is no time to be lost. We need to move. As I said, global competition isn't dormant. If you stand still, you fall back. The time to act is now, and perfection, as we all know, is the enemy of the good. If you wait for the perfect answers, you will obviously be overtaken. We live at an age where we have a problem. Companies have permanent challenges. Executive has a permanent challenge because the wish for things to getting more slow is humanly possible, but it won't happen. Speed is it. Companies are into speed, and the same has to be true for politics as well. What we hope from you, expect from you, ask you to do is to adapt, to accept speed as part of the change. That is something which the government needs also to embrace. Initial measures have already been instituted, come into force, the next will follow, but there is a very long road yet to travel. All the same, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic that being at the end, wearing blinkers, that was yesterday. Today, simplicity, speed and self-confidence is what we do. A new speed we need to prepare for in a world that is turning ever more fast, technologically in terms of innovation with global players. We need to try out new ideas. We need to find new responses to new times. Leadership has a lot to do with strength, and strength comes from effort, training. I'm a passionate mountain climber myself. You can only get up there if you have a lot of perseverance, if you train hard, and if you keep building up the muscles. And this training of the muscles within the government apparatus is also necessary to make sure that we are fit. Effort, focus, the willingness to win. That's not just something we expect of you. You can demand we do the same. That needs the willingness to take global responsibility. Everywhere in the world, in Europe, I see that people are taking a deep breath, a relief that Germany is coming back, the government is coming back. And Friedrich Merz made that clear not just to you yesterday, he also makes that clear in Europe. He makes it clear when he visits others, and he made that clear in the US. It needs a willingness to assume global responsibility. And if you assume responsibility, you must be able to lead and deliver. That's what our partners want. That's what our allies expect. And the citizens demand it. We are willing to do this. If you are too, then this time starts now.
Vielen Dank. Einige Punkte auf jeden Fall, die wir gleich anknüpfen können.
Thank you. A few points we can pick up. But first of all, let's bring some other people up onto the stage. Patrick Wendler, CEO of BP Europe. Vanessa Bachhofer from Mark und Schneider. Barbara Frey, member of the Executive Committee at Schneider Electric. And Rokoko Bräuniger, Vice President Country Manager for Germany, Austria and Switzerland and the EU for Amazon. Welcome to all of you.
Das war viel.
There was a lot there.
Also viel auch Spannendes auf jeden Fall.
A lot of exciting stuff as well.
Ich sage das nur, weil wir ein kleines bisschen
I'm saying that because we're a little bit over time. But I have to ask a question. If you could pick out one theme from your speech where you say, this is the thing we have to begin with, what would it be? I would say trade and trade disputes and tariffs. It's creating so much uncertainty and in the wake of these disputes, we have China with export controls, which are leading to standstills on production lines. And that's going to affect American business as well. So perhaps we can come up with commonalities, whether it's about commodities or perhaps we can come up with common ground and pick that out or leave it out of the tariff discussions. But we need to issue these tariff issues quickly, otherwise these little glimmers of recovery will very quickly be put out. Last week. Yes, it feels like last year. Yeah, last week. You did an interview for television and said things are looking quite good in the United States with the non-tariff trade barriers, whereupon a journalist said, yes, there's a paper. How far is that progressing? Well, I can't really talk to you here about the details here. Firstly, we don't want to offend anybody, and secondly, it's a moving target. But what I did make clear, and something which I picked up from everyone on the Hill in the administration, from American companies and from the political environment, is that the negative implications for the American economy are just as tangible. So the question now is, do we go through every dossier individually, right down to the last tariff or the last screw? Or do we quickly achieve clarity with a framework agreement which addresses major points, relieves the pressure, but that has to happen because the Brits are just learning that having a paper and implementing it are two different things. But if we can work on a two-pager, which is our aim at the moment, we know what sectors we're talking about that are under pressure. Steel, automotive, which urgently needs clarity, above all the suppliers here, MCA and so forth. We need to look at that. I'm still optimistic, although that doesn't help. It doesn't help just to insult Americans. We need to work together. We have the same challenges, we have the same rivals working with unfair tariffs and dumping, and we need to focus on that, on this adversary. We'll be coming on to other issues that you mentioned. You talked about the budget, where we've seen some embryonic solutions, let's say. Ms. Bachova, would you say that you've heard the key issues here? Are they doing the right things? Well, just briefly, why am I sitting here? Because everyone here is bigger than me. Schneider Electric is like 1,000 times bigger than us. We've got 50 people on the books, and we're making... we supply the automotive industry, and we work with plastics. Very important for the German economy. Okay, just to place us in perspective.
But
what I've been able to see here, we have a government now. Government is also part of the appeal of a location and can improve the mood. So the mood has improved compared with 2 years ago. We have already lost quite a lot of energy, been quite depleted by the last couple of years. Starts with interruptions to the supply chain. A lot of capital is spent on stock keeping, double sourcing and so forth. Energy prices, very important. They've tripled for us. We'll never get back to 2019. And it's good now that we're talking about fees now for the power networks and so forth, but it's still 3 times as much as the basic price that we had in 2019. So we could say renewable energy, yeah, fantastic, doesn't cost anything. We did it too. Our roofs are full of photovoltaics, but we've got to a point now where energy efficiency is no longer a business case. We got the payback on the photovoltaics within 3 or 4 years. So we've got to the point now where it's not paying back anymore. And then along comes an Energy Efficiency Act through the back door, perhaps a little energy management system, maybe not, maybe just a little audit. This kind of thing's very annoying because we did the audit, not a lot came out of it, but it cost us money and no new insights.
So
energy prices is big for us. Something else that is pressure is the fees for using the networks. Then there's conversion, rent, things like that. We notice that our people note that there's less net left after in their paybacks because rent has gone up. A lot of things they can't afford anymore. We're seeing that more and more, and we simply can't keep up. We don't have enough capital to say we can pay everyone a lot more. So my request to you, I didn't hear you mention that, but it would be important for us. What Christian Sieving said yesterday, of course, that depends on industry gradually ramping up and private consumer Consumption needs to increase too. People are saving more at the moment. Yes, on energy, I could spend the whole evening talking about that. You're not going to hear from me that the sun doesn't cost any money. To say that means you don't understand anything. We need to expand the grids because we have so many different sources of energy now. And that is reflected in the network fees, which is completely unrealistic. If I build two very expensive systems just for the renewables without even looking at the backup, because I need to keep the energy supply adequate, and what's hard to compensate is the fact that gas will probably remain more expensive because we're relying on LNG because we don't have the pipeline gas. So we're not going to return to the old prices soon. Norway's probably going to import less, and part of the deal with America will probably be energy. We need to diversify our energy anyway, so the costs are higher. And obviously, costs are doubling, and it's important that I don't think that the energy markets are going to be flooded in the future, but the prices won't fall that quickly. With gas, we can only adjust in the sense that the responsibility needs to lie with the people who are profiting from the renewables. That will affect the business case, but it doesn't help. I can't simply profit and industry and consumers suffer. That's going to have to change. Could I just ask at that point, because I have a question mark in my mind looking at the budget. It says various things about how you want to reduce the energy price, and one you've mentioned is reducing the levy on electricity. But if I've read the paper correctly, this only applies for industry and agriculture, not for service and trade or retail. So if other companies aren't supposed to be making their products more expensive, it would be helpful to apply it to the whole of industry, I think. Isn't that what it said in the coalition agreement? Yes, the coalition agreement talks about reducing electricity prices for everyone, including consumers, by 1 cent a kilowatt hour. Here, the coalition agreement confronts financial realities, and we've done what I think alleviates the pressure where it's biggest. If Germany as a location is going to tackle its production costs, and we focus, quite rightly, on ensuring the competitiveness of the location, then the measures need to focus. And that's why it's industry plus agriculture, manufacturing plus agriculture in the focus. So for consumers, that means less, but we are making things easier for consumers with the levy on gas storage and other aspects. So we're going to have more potential, but we are carrying out repairs with tax money, things that have not been tackled for years and years. And we need to work on that. So everything that we have to pay for with expensive tax money in order to alleviate the situation is not entirely optimal, okay, but it's important for the energy transition. Okay, we talked about that. Mr. Wendler, you wanted to say something about this. Well, first of all, I can only say fantastic. I really welcome that, especially as far as electricity prices are concerned. It's not just a matter of reducing tax. We need to look at efficiency, look end-to-end, look at the whole picture. But I think I stand for energy, the energy sector here. And we're not just talking about power here, we have to talk about molecules. You started to do that. 80% of all end-user energy is molecules. So following the electricity transition, we're going to need molecules. And we need to think of the framework that investment requires, not just hydrogens, but also bioenergy. We have a lot more potential to make use of this energy. That means we need more flexibility for the feedstocks. We need the technologies also for basic industry. You mentioned the chemicals industry, refineries, someone mentioned before. They need to be transformed, and that needs a lot of investment, and that needs business cases that demonstrate that as well. So it's important to me that we don't only think about electricity, but also about molecules. And then the third part, as far as the infrastructure is concerned, you mentioned CO2, CCS, right across the structures. But people have been talking about ArcelorMittal. It's a bit painful, of course, because they were going to rely very much on hydrogen. Now they don't want to anymore. I think hydrogen, whatever color, including especially grey and green, will play a part in this integration of the sectors. Let's look at one example. We're investing in wind in order to produce electrons that we can use to operate electrolysis, which we need for hydrogen so that we can make our fuels more efficient or more sustainable. I think hydrogen will play a part. We are investing. We are ahead of the curve. More needs to be done. But it will play a part in decarbonization and defossilization. So sometimes there is this fear that we've moved ahead very quickly with renewables, that people say we're not going to do any more of this. You still hope? Yes, certainly. You're right. We have moved ahead fast. And in some places, maybe too far, because framework conditions have changed. And the regulation we were hoping for hasn't happened. So there's a necessity sometimes to align our strategy. That's not black and white. That doesn't mean we stop doing things. That's quite normal. It's a constant challenge when you work in the economy. It's a responsibility for investors. We have a responsibility for investors too. Let me come back briefly to the other subject, which is digitization, which of course is big. AI and new technologies and digitization and so forth. All of this is to be encouraged with the investment program. Mr. Bräuninger, you don't need this when we've finished doing the job and we've reduced the grid fees and the power fees. You want it now, don't you? You want a perfect infrastructure now so that you can invest. We need your mic. Yes, well, first, we have to say we've been in Germany now for 26 years, and we've been investing a lot. We've invested 77 billion since 2010, and we're going to invest another 10 billion in the next few years in data centers, logistics, and today we announced an order of 5,000 Mercedes-Benz events, which are EVans, which are going to be made in Germany. Good for Mercedes, yeah. And of course, we're also investing in our SMEs. We've got over 7,000 SMEs that sell through Amazon. And it's important there that we have the infrastructure and the right relief. Their tech teams, 40% are working on compliance to make sure that they're compliant. The compliance teams are growing faster than the innovation teams. So if we want to drive innovation, we need a change. And yesterday, and today as well, we've heard a lot about reducing the red tape. And we heard from the Minister too, reform of EU legislation. That has to happen, but not only at EU level, at Germany level too. We need to stop gold plating. We've got a recent example with the battery regulation. Why does Germany always have to go a step further? There is an EU regulation. Why can't we just implement that? You're saying 1 in, 2 out is still 1 in. We're not talking about reducing red tape. We're talking about additional red tape. And the first really positive signals with the German Supply Chain Act, we've already heard, but there's the other side as well.
Da muss ich Sie mal fragen. Das war ja ein großes Thema, dass Sie aus der Industrie
Minister, I need to ask you, obviously, it was a big issue that you came from industry. First you were in politics, then industry. Well, originally I was actually an academic. I think you never lose sight of that. But now we're having a lot of debate about people saying, okay, you come with the experience of industry, you understand where the problems are, and how to fight with regulations. Now you're dealing with the ones who make the regulations. Do you think you'll get through to them quickly in ministries and so on? Quickly, definitely not, and it needs not just one ministry that wants to do it. And it is going to be a challenge for every ministry. I think that is always the case with every large-scale organization you take over. A new company, you have your own ideas. You know, once you've turned things around, it takes time. I hope, and we are working on making sure that everybody understands that within these 4 years, we really make substantial progress. Nobody expects all bureaucracy to be gone overnight. Clever regulation, smart rules means you have to have smart guardrails. You just mustn't overdo it. Or to impose regulation which suffocates developing fields like data science or hydrogen by imposing so much regulation that you can't come up with a decent business case. So if from the very beginning we'd regulated renewable energies in this way, we wouldn't have had one solar plant or wind power station. So first they had the broad basis and then they narrowed the regulation. But I think, yeah, we do need to change this approach. We also need to learn that we need to weigh the pros and cons. In recent years, it was a bit one-sided. I think we all understand climate protection matters. No company can afford that. Investors, products, employees, sales. You can't ignore that. You can't say, well, that's not important to me, I don't take care of it. But if climate protection is organized such a way that you can't make money from it, that the companies that have to transform, you then expect with reduced capital fees so you can manage a transformation, then that goes in the wrong direction. You need to understand that. I think in politics they made the mistakes to say transformation is a linear process. You know, here's 1990, 2050, the curve goes straight up and that's it. I think everybody knows that is never the case in a company. Do they also understand that in the ministry? Because they made the rules. The rules weren't just made by one ministry, but they sort of started with climate protection targets, which the European Union had translated into national and sectoral targets. And we need to go back to be more flexible. We have targets set which are very rigid for 2030, 2035. We set ourselves the target of 2045. Paris is 2050. And yes, the German government, or earlier German governments, set up targets. Well, I don't know whether they really did the maths. They moved things forward and made the already ambitious plans more ambitious. I think harmonizing it in the EU would be possible, but it's impossible. Anybody who's there, that's not been agreed in the coalition treaty. But we still have to see what is doable at which price, during which time period.
Sie haben einen ganz guten Vergleich.
You have a good sort of way of comparing things here with in a large electrical company, France, Germany. Do you invest, and what you hear, is that enough for you to say, yeah, Germany's great, we will continue investing? Well, competitiveness isn't just the energy price. It's an important element. But it's important you say that because everybody just talks about the price of electricity. Electricity price is important. I'm glad we have the discussion about the mix. Because Germany said no to nuclear, France still has nuclear, but I think productivity is also important on the side of those doing the production. And that's something which the government is not taking into account sufficiently. Digitization has to be part of these programs. And if we have an investment boost, which is CapEx-oriented, not OpEx-oriented, then that's wrong. OpEx means you have a software license, services, which are related to that. And I think long-term productivity means you need fewer resources and use them more efficiently, whether we're talking energy, raw materials, or whatever. And at the moment, that's not really part of the attention. We're looking too much on the price side, not so much on the demand side. And how we support even smaller companies on that road. And what can be done with data exchanges? I need data to use artificial intelligence. And that sort of framework is also needed. And I think in the longer run, that's probably even more important than the electricity price. We picked up on that yesterday briefly. The problem is that companies don't really share data much yet, or haven't got it organized in this way. Even in-house and individual companies, far less between different companies. Would they need a different regulation or a different mindset to do so? I think it's a mindset issue. I don't think we have an innovation problem in Germany. We have an application problem. When I'm looking how India, China, the US deal with that, I mean, it's a world of difference. I think we need more courage to say, this is what we want to do, and that's what we're lacking. And you see that more pronounced in France and less in Germany? I'd say France and Germany are pretty similar in that range. There are a few brave companies you find on both sides of the border, but it's the exception rather than the rule. Whereas in China or the US, it's more a standard. Well, I think if these are two of the largest companies in Germany who have a similar problem, then it's not a good sign for Europe. That's absolutely right. Absolutely. Did you want to comment on this? I had the feeling you wanted to say something.
The
fact that AI isn't a nice to have, but a must have for every part of business. It's going to be all pervasive. That is clear. And there are two components we need. One is pure infrastructure, electricity, connection, energy supply, and so on. The other side is traffic and the GPOs. How do we get it there? If the government wants to promote a gigahub factory and to incentivize, we need the startups for that. And we don't need just the federal government, we need universities, we need companies, mid-sized businesses to run them properly. Because otherwise, we're talking about small-scale applications. But the value which is in data won't be properly exploited. And agree with you, that's more a cultural issue, a mindset issue. On the other hand, we have to say it needs to be paid for. I mean, you have to talk to the universities, if they book capacities, how they pay for that. Were you disappointed when you read that they couldn't agree on an AI gigafactory consortium? Well, wait and see. I hear voices from business saying that this is seen as a must. We're not just talking about funding, we're talking about enabling something so that as much data volume as possible gets in the data factory. That's what everybody wants. Small, medium, and large-scale business plus the public sector. So I'm not ultra-pessimistic, but we need different European rules on that. The way things are at the moment, we are losing on the competition here. Regarding AI, yes, first of all, we have to say that we do have smart minds in Germany, and we have the technology to get things done. Speaking for Amazon, in Germany, in Tübingen, we have developed AI technology for virtual trying on of clothes. In Berlin, we have AI technologies where we can put together 20,000 customer reviews. So there's a lot coming out of it. However, what matters most is that altogether we create framework conditions to make that easier, and also legally it has to be safeguarded, so you don't say, well, maybe if I'm doing that now, I'll get a rap over the knuckles by law. So you have to have the conditions where you can be innovative. And if you say, if you know in advance it's going to work, that's not being innovative. That's what we're doing in Germany. In Germany, they only start doing something when you have 25 different analysts and a consulting company which tell you exactly that this is going to work. Yeah, but you see, it's not being innovative then. Or as somebody said yesterday, If you feel absolutely certain how things go, then it means you're not fast enough. This shift in the mindset, that still needs to happen in Germany. But in order to go back to AI, it means we need to demystify it. It needs to go out of, oh, this is just for tech teams and CEOs. Because in the US, the UK, Scandinavia, Asia, they've made much more progress on that. I mean, we must do that in order to achieve a mind shift that the people, general people in the population know that we need to do that. We need to make sure that the applications are safe and are used. Can I question that briefly before we go further? It's my impression that artificial intelligence is actually embedded quite deeply into people's everyday lives than they understand. I mean, you can raise your hand if you have ever used any form of AI, Copilot, ChatGPT, Google. Yeah, you see? AI is here already, isn't it? Simple applications are there, yes. Long-term opportunities of AI cannot even be predicted now. When the internet came, the mobile internet didn't have, well, Uber didn't come overnight. There are different applications that arise out of a freedom where different applications could be invented. Suddenly you had payment online, and you had navigation, GPS. And then somebody thought, oh, well, I put all of that together and turn it into something really great. And this sort of company, we also have that in Germany and Europe. We just have to give them the framework so they can develop the applications everyone is already using, develop them further, create something new on that basis. And that means innovative solutions, products and services can be offered. Did you want to answer? I think otherwise Ms. Frey. I did want to comment because looking at your comment, when I'm looking at my own people, they're using AI quite actively. You can get a bit of support from AI sometimes, and we are, for our little data room, we are wanting to build up an LLM. First question was, well, is this compliant with the AI Act and with data protection? And what about the supply chain issues? If people start that as the first question, you need to say, well, is it really worth doing it? Obviously, we need to be aware that we're training the intelligence with sensitive data. I mean, obviously, our data may be training data somebody else is using, and you know, we are in that. I don't want to be obliged to share these data. I want to have data sovereignty. I want to be able to decide which data sets will I released to be used for training, and the rest we are keeping nicely encapsulated and safe for us. That's a problem. It's a mindset issue, but I don't need regulation that tells me, share your data. I don't want that. But you want deregulation, data protection and so on. You would like to have these regulations a bit less stringent. Well, we're not using person-related data. You know, they're different data, so I think we could leave that out. Ms. Frey, I wanted to talk about scaling. We keep talking about China, the US, with these wonderful startups and unicorns. They've escalated the market. And for many years we've been saying we need to scale in Europe. And that's very important. That's something I want the German government to be aware of. We don't have scaling options for startups in Europe, and that's what we need to have. That's another thing we've been discussing ad nauseum. Yes, very much. The single markets for the capital market, the digital market, the energy market. We're talking about it and then it gets stuck. Internal tariffs which we impose because we're saying there is a rule and then we fragment that in 27 member countries, in Germany and 16 Länder. That's the internal tariffs for goods of 44% within the European Union and almost 100% for digital resources. Just the mere fact that the theoretical single market doesn't even exist because it's restricted by internal trade barriers. And that builds up a fictitious tariff volume volume, which are huge barriers, and we need to tackle them. Data scaling can only be done if you have the proper access. Not in the sense that we want to steal your data, but I can only train data model if you have a lot of data, anonymous data. Do you think when you're talking to Brussels that they take that on board, that they finally tackle this issue?
Puh. Naja,
well,
der Kommissar sagt, ich habe es
the
verstanden.
Commissioner says, I get it. And then you find yourselves in weird discussions, not just at the working, but also parliamentary level. The discussion, they deal only with data protection, and they suspect that every single company will just steal data. That brings us back to the mindshift thought. Even those who ultimately influence regulation should understand that we need these data, because, I mean, obviously, if we don't apply it, others will just go forward and we are lagging behind. That's what Mr. Leibinger said. Maybe we need to carry the problems to Brussels. I agree entirely with what we said, and we need to be technically more savvy. But I also understand that we have a trend where we're going to be really into sophisticated levels. But I understand you that, first of all, we need to do the groundwork. We have 16 states and 16 construction regulations. And of the institutions and civil services that work on it, they're not digitized, they're paper-based. We have regional energy suppliers, all with different standards, different rules and regulations. Building permits takes up to 3 years. I understand all you say about AI and digitization, but the groundwork is important to me. Starting at the groundwork, starting where the big things can be tackled, and then we get to the nice to have. Not to say that it isn't nice to have, but the groundwork has to be laid. Certainly, I don't know whether Mr. Wildberger is already here, but you're definitely going to take that on board. We're talking about competition now, and we've heard it, US, China, they're not waiting for us, are they?
Somebody was just saying that. China does this under state supervision. In the United States, they do it steered by capital. There's big interest, almost state-steered. You were talking about the doubling of this WIN initiative. Have you managed to get that through the Budget Committee?
Die ist tatsächlich angelegt.
It's there, embryonically. It's being sorted, it's being managed and organized through the KFI. And I did mention that the participation and fund structure that we have is currently being reviewed. And I think there are ways to invest. We have to say, for those who perhaps don't know this initiative, the idea is that the state provides a kind of start capital, but most of it is covered by private capital. Can you see enough interest in Germany at the moment? I think the interest is there. We need to deliver if we want to trigger investments. I think a lot has been held back in recent years because of the uncertainty, and we need to encourage the willingness to invest. The startups have a very positive lobby, and we need to support them. But it can't just be up to governments. We can give them a leg up, we can give them a push, but I think it's a false idea that the state needs to take care of everything and remove the risk to make sure everyone lands on their feet. So, Ms. Frey, if you had $1 billion, a lot of money, would you invest in Europe, United States, or China? I'm a European. Well, that's not necessarily an answer.
At Schneider
Electric, we invest in Europe. We've just published that we want more than 110 million invested in our European footprint because we think that productivity can be achieved. We need to produce in the market for the market. There is demand, and to do that, we need to equip ourselves properly. It starts with the old factories. Where do I invest? We're electrifying a lot, and in the last 20 years, it's really paid off where we've done it. It's not enough to think about the next 2 years. Transformation calls for 10, 15, 20 years. So there's not going to be a quick fix here. And there we have to talk to politics. If I want to invest $1 billion, then I do want a certain certainty in terms of the framework, a stability, planning certainty. Everyone's been talking about that. And in the last 4 and 5 years, we haven't really had it. Talking about heat pumps and things. I was so hoping that we wouldn't talk so much about the heat pumps. Okay, but even so, you just said you've picked up a lot of money. Probably you didn't make those decisions in the last few days, did you? No, we've been doing it for a long time. We have our targets, and every 5 years we update those. And as part of those targets, we've been discussing the investments. But to say I'm not going to invest in Europe anymore, that's really short-term thinking. If we believe in Europe, we need to invest. And to invest in productivity, we need to keep it up. So what was the main argument for you to invest in Europe? The main argument, the market's there. If we think back 5, 6, 7 years ago, before Corona, before COVID, we said we were going to do a green transition, and that was a pacemaker. China followed, United States to some extent. India didn't have programs like that before. We were talking about self-confidence before. If I look in the software sphere, European companies are world leaders in corporate software. We haven't been pushed out in China by local competition. We do have a role to play across the world. But it's easy. Sometimes we talk about you have to come from outside Europe, but we have to change that. We don't need to address just the symptoms. We need digitization, productivity. We need to make better use of our resources. And that isn't the state yet in Europe. So we've talked about location factors, not so bad in Germany. But would you carry on investing, Ms. Bachhofer? It's an even bigger deal for you than for Schneider. Well, investment, you need money if you want to invest. So it would help to have the funding. But, of course, as a small, medium-sized industry, we work with the savings banks, with the cooperative banks, and now suddenly they want to do sustainability audits and talk about risk. My appeal would be, don't regulate those banks to death. We need these cooperative banks and savings banks and regional banks. And it would be helpful. Something else we need is investing is one thing, but someone needs to keep the investment up. Less red tape gives me more time, perhaps to think about my investments and manage them. And we need people as well. There's a labor shortage, and we need to train people. We need the dual training system. We need to keep it going. We need to live that in our company. And we don't want to keep training people up so they go and work for someone else either. So a bit more help is possible, but we need the natural sciences in industry. Yes, engineering sciences, quite. Is it still fun to be an SME in Germany? Well, it depends on the day.
sagen wir es mal so. Also ich beschäftige mich ja so hobbymäßig viel mit
as a hobby, I take an interest in industrial politics, and I think sometimes, do we have to go there? If you look at Europe, it would be good if Europe was more of a strategy factor in German policy. An awful lot seems to have been decided, but no one in Germany really knows. Sometimes I was horrified to see how little people know about what's going on out there. There are so many places we could be doing more, whether we're talking about sustainability standards. I don't really want it to be voluntary in the SME. And on days like that, sometimes it's not. I'm a bit more depressed. I can understand that. Ms. Reiche, if you think back over the last 40, 50 days with the new ministry, new tasks, and those concrete walls that people are always hitting their heads against in ministries, do you get a feeling that we need to move fast and we won't have time within this legislative? Absolutely. I'm quite optimistic. I enjoy a fight. And my ministry can see that as well. I'm quite capable of engaging in conflict.
Ja, genau, dachte ich mir. Wir müssen es auf die Kette bekommen nochmal. Erstens keine
We need to handle it. We mustn't lose time. Competition, but what can we look at that other countries are doing well? We want to avoid fragmentation. If we have an idea taking root outside that nothing is improving for people, that my problems are being ignored, that's something we need to tackle as well. I need you to help me with my homework, but I'm still pretty happy. Optimism, we wanted that. Thank you very much. To all of you. Great that you were here.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a short break and then we'll continue with Mr. Wildberger.
Herzlich willkommen zurück. Ich hoffe, Sie hatten
And a warm welcome back. I hope you enjoyed a good exchange in the break. And now I'm looking forward to the last panel of TDI 2025 with the one man in whom we set so much hope, the man who's been talked about in 1.5 years in so many discussions where there is so much hope reposed in him when it's about the future of the country, the modernization of the country and future technologies. Germany, but innovative update needed. We're very happy that the Federal Minister of Digitalization and Government Modernization is with us, Carsten Wildberger.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Leibinger, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren.
President Leibinger, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. I'm very glad to be with you today. A few months ago, I had planned to be here as a representative of business and to sit in the audience, and now I'm here wearing a very different hat. That's how things can change. And when I was still working in a company, I always said, dear people in politics, please make sure we get the right conditions. The rest you can leave to us. And why don't you keep trusting people again and trusting companies? And now I'm a representative within the German government, and I'm telling you, my views haven't changed. And I think that the new government stands for exactly that. Many thanks for your interest in what this new Minister for Digitalization and Government Modernization has on the agenda, things that we don't just want to do, but will implement. And I heard a moment ago that my name has been mentioned frequently. I know that the agenda is very ambitious, and that's what I want to talk to you about. Let me say first that in these first 7 weeks, I've really learned to work with teams in the ministries, in the various institutions, government bodies, at regional, federal, local level, and I really feel a willingness to change, and things are happening. For change, though, it needs everyone. And this is why dialogue with the states, the local authorities, and the companies, as well as the citizens, is so important to me. That is what is needed to build a modern and digital next Germany. Let me briefly draw a picture of what this new ministry is intended to achieve. The name is in 2 parts, digital and government modernization. Both are big terms. You can put virtually everything under that heading, and if you have such a wide area, you need to set priorities and try to structure things. So let me briefly talk about government modernization, how I look at this, how we set priorities, and then under this very wide field of digitalization, what our focus will be. But first about government modernization. For me, for us, there are 3 main areas. The first is bureaucracy reduction. This is going to be about making sure that the many things we've agreed in the coalition treaty can be implemented step by step. And in concrete terms regarding red tape, reporting that must be drastically reduced. Approval procedures need to be significantly accelerated, and regulations and rules need to be streamlined. In concrete terms, for example, the Supply Chain Due Diligence Act, a term of a length that you can only have in Germany. And we need to make sure that young companies get permits. How can we make these things happen? That's all part of it. The second issue is a more efficient government. How can we take costs out, reduce complexity, reduce dual work, and the new ministry has a cross-sectional job. Ministries tend to work very much in isolation of each other, and what we attempt to do with this ministry is something we have to make work, namely that we act as a motor across all ministries. Which also means that what we intended to do in the coalition treatment, making sure that we have savings across all ministries and reduce bureaucracy costs by 25%. We're working in very concrete terms how this can be done. In business, we know this is a matrix organization of a typical kind, and if we manage, and I hope we can do it in politics, we've learned. The third area, that's modernization of the administration. We're talking about permeability, flexibility within the system. We're talking about targets that can be measured, about incentives to make sure that performance pays and that you follow the targets. So it's a wide area. And right now we are working in very concrete terms in implementing measures. My plan is to only talk about all of this in concrete terms when the plan for implementation is set. I don't want to talk about, counting the chickens before they're hatched. We have to hatch them first, but I'm pretty sure that various things will happen. The second main area, which follows seamlessly from modernizing government, is digitalization, because a modern government has to be digital. And I said at the beginning, this is a very wide area. So very briefly, I would like to talk about 5 focal areas that are important in digitization here, and each one of these areas needs a different sort of treatment, a different approach, because they're all different. The first is digital infrastructure, with a special focus on fiber optics, 5G, and computer centers are part of it. And that brings me to another issue. But the second big area is regulation. The third, cybersecurity. The fourth, digital sovereignty, which I also mean to include business, established companies and their dynamics, and mid-sized and dynamics and startups, and AI as well. The fifth area is digitizing the administration. That's the part where citizens look at us and say, well, was it worth it if I go to any authority? Can I do whatever the services I want digitally now? Briefly regarding infrastructure, after a very short period, very few weeks only, we put a bill forward which only has 3 words. We want to make sure that we make extending the grid an overarching interest. So projects locally everywhere have to be accelerated. On average, it takes 2 years, sometimes longer, to approve a site like that. That's impossible. We know that. And principally, it can be done in a few weeks. So our team is working to make sure that before the end of the year, other accelerating measures can be initiated. We're also in discussion with industry, because we need to tackle the structures, because the system, the way we do it, the Brits would say, there's room for improvement. At the same time, I would say, looking at fiber optics, the world isn't quite as bad as people often say. In Germany, we have 46 million households, and there are approximately homes passed, so fiber has been put away so that 45% of all households are connected to fiber optics. And with the rollout speed for the next 3 years, if 3.5 million will work, and that's not utopian, then we've got 70% fiber optics. It's not where we want to be, where we should be, but if we look at how many customers actually decide in favor of fiber optics, we can say even today that the take-up rate is only 25%, which means not that bad. But we need to really provide information and incentivize people to do this more quickly. I'm not saying we don't need to do much more anyway, but there are things to do on the work to get there. Regulation is the next issue, very clearly. First of all, it's important that obviously
privacy. Datensicherheit.
Privacy, data protection, data safety, these are inviolable. But we also have to say the regulation we have today and the mindset with it is something which looks primarily at risks but not so much at opportunities. And the next issue with regulation is that it's not the most decisive thing what your regulations are, it's how to implement them. And not all of the regulation is EU. We have a great deal of gold plating in Germany. And if I need to certify something for a cloud service in a particular sector, and it takes 1.5 years, costing 300,000–400,000 euros for a startup, well, then I might say, okay, then only the hyperscaler will do it. So we need to really speed up so that opportunities in what we see traditionally as digitization, but also artificial intelligence can be addressed, and that's already influencing our life. It's going to be even more revolutionary and even faster, to an extent we can't even imagine now. So we need to really change the mindset. And I notice this for all of Europe, France, Poland, the Commission. There is a rethinking underway, and we must make sure that we implement things properly at the national side. Cybersecurity is very important, goes without saying. You will all know it from your own companies. We know it as government. Private individuals know it. You simply cannot have enough capacities on cybersecurity, and it's going to be very important to bundle a lot of good skills in the company and maybe to develop new business models on that basis for Europe. And here we're going to work hand in hand with businesses. And obviously we will do what a government has to do. We will invest so that government IT services systems can be properly safeguarded. And another important issue is digital sovereignty. That is very important to me personally. You need to understand what I mean by that. For me, what this means is that the talents, the skills that we have in Germany and Europe, in terms like cloud infrastructure, gigafactory, AI, these are things we need to use ourselves. We shouldn't just be customers of extremely successful global players. Yes, sure, that too, but we ourselves need to participate much more actively. We want to join the competition and on that basis grow. That is what digital sovereignty is. It's not an either-or, it's an and. And there are many important issues. On the one hand, the cloud infrastructure needs to be nationally strengthened so the state becomes an anchor customer. In public administration, 75% of cloud services have been outsourced to abroad. As such, this is not bad, but it cannot and must not mean that we are leaving our talent untapped. When we're thinking of the gigafactories, they provide a huge opportunity, a must-have for the future viability of Germany and Europe. We must make progress here. Gigafactories, for me, are a new kind of developing software, which cannot be compared with the traditional ways of doing so. We need to develop base models ourselves in Europe. It's all part and parcel of it. So we, as a government, will do what we can so that Europe is well and strongly set up, as should Germany be. That's why we're very pleased that we have many companies who are actively involved, where we can provide a framework and support you, and we're happy to do that. And the last point about digital sovereignty, obviously, is the question, how can we manage to create a momentum within the startups and established companies and the mid-sized economy. But much in AI is actually going to come out of young companies. When we look at the many talents we have, university and extramural setups, a lot can happen there. And if you're looking at successful startups in the AI sector, those who are successful can within 2-3 years achieve an amazing size and an amazing value creation. So if you do it right, that's the time to do it, the time to success. Before I come to the end, digitizing the administration, because it's very clear one day I look in the mirror and say, how did it work? The citizens are going to assess that on how much simpler it is to go to whatever government office you need to go to. What can I do in digital, and what do I still have to be there for in person? And there are three points where we want to work to accelerate this. One is to work more closely with the federal states, not with everyone. If we can prove that it works with one or two, then we've proved that it works, because there are many good so-called online access services which work already.
So what do we need to make sure that what already works can be rolled out much faster? That's a very important area. The second area, because there we, or I, feel that there's a great deal of willingness to fight for this. What if we have some services more centralized and only do the platform once? What can we make available from the federal level and roll out from there? And the third aspect, perhaps this is more for the future, but it's also important, and that's the question, how can we use AI to digitize everything, including we need software to visualize the regulations, for example. And the last aspect, and this is important for industry, is the digital intensity. That's really important for the future, that we can move around as digital citizens. A wallet supposed to go live at the end of 2026. We're doing quite well in Germany. It defines standards and the architecture, and you can build the wallet as a company. And I know there are some people here who are working on that. I think it would be fantastic if around the wallet we managed to build business models such as a European payment system with the really important payment data. Or how do I activate a prepaid card? How do I open a bank account? So there, again, we're looking for very close exchange with industry for getting these models underway. And for a project like this, it's not that you launch it and then you're done. No, we need releases. So on this project, we need to learn, we get started, then there's another release, then there's another release, and then I hope we get better and better. So those are the projects, quite concrete projects that we have for digitizing e-government. And then to complete the picture, we need to trust communication. People in our country must, of course, believe in the future, their personal future and the digital future. And I know there are lots of doubts out there. We have to take them seriously. Listen, understand, explain. We need to be able to say to people that opportunity and risk are two sides of the same coin. But if we want to grapple with the risks, I need to grasp the opportunities, because I need to command this technology. And we need the courage. There is a lot of it out there. We have a lot of successful managers, companies, doers here from industry. You, ladies and gentlemen, you're the ones who set your stamp on this country day by day. You're committed to innovation, to getting jobs, to creating jobs for other people, and I'd like to say thank you for that. And I'm looking forward to us all rolling our sleeves up together and getting to grips with the future of Germany, a modern next Germany. Thank you.
Darf Sie zu uns bitten? Und,
do come and join us here.
Neben mir zu stehen, und ich darf an dieser
You
Stelle
stand with me, and perhaps I can ask the other panelists to come up and join us. That's Christian Elek, Philipp Justus, Christine Rupp and Dirk Schmitz. We're looking forward to this. Perhaps Ms. Rupp next to you.
Wir haben
So,
neben dem Bundesminister Christian Illek,
we have
Finanzvorstand der Deutschen
Christian
Telekom,
Illek from
Christine
Deutsche
Rupp,
Telekom,
Geschäftsführerin IBM Deutschland, Philipp Justus, Vice
Christina
President Central
Rupp
Europe
from
Google und Dirk Schmitz,
IBM
Managing
Consulting
Director von
Germany.
BlackRock.
We have Dirk Schmitz from BlackRock.
Alles
And
Gesprächspartner, die sich schon lange auch
we
mit dem
have
Thema
Philipp Justus
Digitalisierung und Wachstum in
from
Deutschland
Google.
beschäftigen.
They've all
Auch
been
die
looking at
Finanzierung dieser
digitization and Germany for a long time, and also implementing all these dreams. Great that you're all here. When you describe your hopes, your ideas for making this country more modern, more digital, I thought that's fantastic. We need all this urgently. But how do you match this to our federal structures? Well, I said this whole issue of digitization has a number of different focuses, and each of these fields has reached a different level of maturity. There are a number of areas where I'm very hopeful that we'll find the right solutions. And with some of the issues, notably e-governance, I have to say that I'm still scratching my head a bit there because this really is a tricky one.
Aber ich meine, I
can sense with the lender, with our federal states, there's a lot of willingness there. And if we have one or two federal states that are prepared to do things differently and prepared politically to organize things a bit differently. It's not good enough to declare your political will and then let it go and someone else will handle it for you. That doesn't happen. And if we begin more with the technical solutions here, I think we'll get what we want. For example, with the Roller project, there really are people who understand the technology. We have good teams there and things are moving ahead. We need approaches like that because that reflects a willingness to get there. And after 7 weeks, I've got more energy than I had to start with. We can all do with that. So let's come back to your point about the modern digital next Germany and ask you, what is your digital modern next Germany and what is telecom able to contribute where perhaps in the past there might have been a stumbling block here and there, glass fiber? Well, we've got two big areas. One's fiberglass, where we've got our 200 million new connections every year. 2 million every year. And then we've got mobile telephony. I don't think we need to hide ourselves under a bushel there. And there's a lot of competition out there. But you said to begin with, if we look at the planning procedures from the boiler room, the mindset is completely different from what you described. The mindset in planning procedures is, let's keep the risk to a minimum. And what we need is to maximize the output. That means we have to define everything ahead and think about everything that go wrong. No, we have to allow for acceptable risk, and if things go wrong, it gets fixed. That's what's holding us back in both spheres. We're looking for acceleration there. And of course, your question is quite correct. You can determine things at federal level, but ultimately it's the local councils that need to approve. And I think we have a lot of work to do there. Christina Rupp, on the road to a modern digital country where key technologies are well anchored. What does it all depend on? And what key technologies? Digitization and AI are very elastic concepts. But if we really want to get down to business quickly, what do we need? Yes, thank you. Before I say something about that, let me just make an introductory statement. I have to say, I really am incredibly happy about this panel approach and the attitude on the panel. We've talked for a long time about artificial intelligence and the cloud, but I think the dialogue is now taking place in a new spirit. Let's roll our sleeves up together, you said, and I think that is a new spirit. And I'd like to wish your ministry and the new federal government every success, because this is so important to all of us. So what matters now, from my point of view, things that we've been talking about for a long time, but really need to scale. That's artificial intelligence, above all, agentic AI, cloud, cybersecurity, and perhaps at the tail end, consumption. We can discuss artificial intelligence now, and agentic AI will help us to address a lot of these future issues. But the bigger the issues that we want to resolve, let's say in energy, pharmaceuticals, biotech, the bigger the models become. And quite quickly, we're going to need future technologies like quantum. Again, a statement. Last year in Inningen, in Swabia, and I'm a bit proud of that as a Swabian, we at IBM set up our quantum data center, and recently we sent out a press release that Quantum Sterling gives us a roadmap up to 2029 for the biggest quantum computer program with 20,000 stronger computing capacity than what we can do now. And that's going to make a big difference. I'm glad you mentioned that, because 2025 is the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, and we haven't really gone into depth about what that means at this conference, but it's so important for the future. Your next Germany, what would that look like? You have a rather different take, I think, because you come from a big international US-driven group. I think Next Level Germany from Google's point of view is a market with huge potential, which at the moment we are not tapping into properly. 0% is the current growth forecast for this year. And then we'll have negative growth, or we have had negative growth for 2 years. So there's a challenge on the growth front, and we can only resolve that with innovation. But we have the right conditions in Germany because, as ever, this is one of the countries with the highest rate of patent applications and all the research infrastructure that we need, including on AI. On AI as well, we're seeing groundbreaking research in Germany. But if we look to see how much is actually getting put out onto the street, how much growth is implemented, there is a lot of potential to put it carefully. There's a huge investment gap as well between Europe and America, and that includes Germany. There's a significant per capita difference in both private and public investment. And we need to close that gap in the next few years. And we have to do that because AI is our best opportunity for generating that economic growth through innovation. The Institute of German Business assumes that there's about 300,000 billion euro extra value that could be created. And if at least half of companies really used AI, not just tested but rolled out, then this potential can be tapped. So we need a push for innovation and investment for AI. We need the infrastructure for that, data centers, but also HR skills. That will be so important. We've heard a number of times today that a lot of us today in Germany are already using AI in our private lives. In our products, we're already using AI. So if we look at our Gemini figures, Germany is one of the countries where experiments with AI happen very quickly, but to get the scaling done, we need extra skills. We need the operational data needs to be combined with the AI to scale up. If we can do that, then we've got a good opportunity to get that next level Germany. So from 50 million, it starts to get difficult if you're talking about startup and you want to develop. I think there's a lot of catching up we need to do there. Perhaps we can talk about that in the moment, what bridges can be built between the state and those who provide the capital. But let me ask you, how great is the belief on the part of international investors in Germany's ability with the new government to modernize and get that pace up and running. I think that faith is growing again. We've just seen again that in this room in Germany for a few days, for a few weeks, we've had a better mood, and the same applies to international investors. And that's good news because we've heard a lot about special funds and the new budget and record debt. We've heard a lot of worried voices about the burden we're placing on future generations. But the brutal truth is that all this money will not be enough. All this money in the public budgets is not going to be enough to modernize our infrastructure, neither the existing one nor the new digital infrastructure that we need to build. That is the brutal, bad news. The good news is private capital is out there, and private capital can be used. We at BlackRock in Germany we've collected about 250 billion from our German customers. That's half the federal budget. About $12 billion are entrusted to us around the world. And this is used for pension provisions, and the capital is interested in long-term investment as a result. So renewing the infrastructure is exactly the kind of investment that we and other capital providers internationally are looking for. So if we can create a framework, a structure to bring the supply and the demand together, then I think we have that winning combination. And then financing these projects will not be an issue. And what do I mean by this structure? What do I mean by this marketplace? I mean the capital market, and above all, the European Capital Market Union. We need a lot more speed here. We've been talking about European Capital Market Union for 15 years and not much has happened. And in Germany, we could do a lot more with the capital market too, because here the capital flows from private investors could be organized, including for defense spending, but for other infrastructure projects as well. We need the pace. We need to establish that framework structure so that demand and supply can come together.
What are the changes in capital flows you see already? I asked directly because President Leibinger said at the beginning we should discuss honestly and to have a ruthlessly clear look at the situation. What we see is very clear, just looking at the DAX and compare it with American indices over the past 5-6 months. So many international investors from leaving US assets, moving to European assets and stocks. It's pretty clear seeing that from the performance of the stocks. However, is this only a cyclical movement or the beginning of a structural movement? This will become clear in the next months, weeks, months. And the new German government and all heads of government in Europe need to be measured against that. Over the past 15 years or so, every investment in US assets paid better than European ones. 1% per annum was the growth by which the US economy grew more than the European one, so that's more. So every investment in the dollar area was more profitable. Now we've seen investors have reduced their dollar asset investments and moved over to the euro, but there is still a disproportionate share in the US. If you look at 60-70% of my portfolio, for example, is US companies. So what we see emerging is a seedling, which is maybe a beginning trend. And if you make the right decisions in Europe, then we can expect a longer trend to follow. I think key for that is a functioning working European capital market. And by the way, that will only work if we thoroughly reform our pension requirements and systems, because it's capital, it's fully funded pension funds that provide much of the investment. We see the same thing reflected in other countries in Europe, Sweden, Netherlands. More than 100% of their GDP has been put aside for old age provision. In Germany, we've put nothing on the side for old age provision, and that is a very capital which is invested in the capital market, and we are lacking it. Minister, you talked about digital sovereignty a moment ago. It's an issue which is fairly wide-ranging. How much does it apply to infrastructure? Geopolitically, times are challenging. So if you talk about digital identities, Mr. and Mrs. Average asked, where are my data stored? And do we have capacities to do that in Germany?
Digital
sovereignty is an amazing term. For me, the first question is, what are the capabilities, technological capabilities that we have in our own hands? Translate that into business models, translate that into assets. It starts with having skills that we master. I'm saying, if we have enough talents, we need to look at basic research. In the last 10 years, 15 years, what has been happening in European universities on AI is really encouraging. I mean, that's like jumping on a bandwagon. The only problem is translating that into business. Regarding your question, how I look at this, we need German and European providers which provide more computer center and cloud capacities. The data are in Europe. The question is, who will encrypt them? How will they be encrypted? And how safe are they and how? And obviously, even today, we want to do it. There are efforts to do it. And I know that some hyperscalers are working on that basis, even now in Europe, because the idea is to actively join the competition on this. When we're talking about digital sovereignty as politicians, we need to make sure we manage to become an anchor customer for certain services ourselves as a government. Regarding digital sovereignty in general, it's very important. We were saying, we have to join AI a bit. So what I'm saying now may be right, although technically not entirely feasible. But we know how fast things move in this world. If we think back, what have we learned about language models in the past 2 years, how much more powerful these are? And the next token to tell us, anticipate the next word. The inherent knowledge, which is the collective intelligence that emanates through language. And if we think radically, it's a unique opportunity in the traditional sense of software development. If you do linear programming and the machine does something, we can jump over that one. We can skip it. The new programming language is AI, and if you speak German and English, you're a programmer. So roughly speaking, that's already correct. Not 100% yet, but 50% or more already. And if I understand that, we need to ask the question, how do I need to restructure my business, my IT, to do completely new kinds of development? These are great opportunities, and the people who understand that the fastest will create the biggest turnover and growth. And the last issue on that, you didn't ask it, but it came out from one of the participants. What about the startups? I think at the end of the day, you talked about local authorities. Nothing is easy for either one. But we need to be better in Germany to deal with conflicting opinions and to allow a dissonance. You don't need to resolve every conflict. Things may be difficult, things may not be ideal, but they may still yield something important. Of 11,000 local authorities, I can give you 1,000 which have the same conditions, the same startup conditions, the same regulations, but some of them are better than others. They built a language model a year ago. They said, no, we missed the boat. And then somebody comes and says, look, we can do that more efficiently. We need things like that because the models need to be trained to a certain value system as well. So in other words, obviously not everything is wonderful, but still, there is so much more we can do. And believing in that, you won't be able to shake my belief.
Bei uns ist das Vorzeichen, Sie haben jetzt gerade Mistral aus Frankreich.
You mentioned, I think, a company, this is Mistral, isn't it? I could have said Celonis or Alpha? Aleph Alpha as well. These are companies slightly differently positioned, but the Celonis is a company as well. They have huge amounts of data and know what to do with these. They're hugely important companies. I could mention many others as well. The ones that are going to be unicorns. So we need to celebrate them a bit more. We need to talk about them more so others try to emulate them.
Frau Rupp, Sie haben an etlichen Stellen
Ms. Rupp, you sort of nodded in agreement during the minister's speech. Oh, yes, I did. I can only agree. And there is one sort of dimension I'd like to address. That is AI, and at the moment we're still talking about what I would call in simple terms consumer AI, or AI for consumers. But AI for business, that is something which for all of us in this room is tremendously important. But if we're honest, we can't really see it as a scale. All the language models we're talking about can obviously only be as good as they're trained and as good as the data used for training them. So as of today, less than 1% of data that are used for training AI come from B2B. The majority comes from tourism, traveling, cinema, or other things, which my son may do if he wants to pimp his school essay. But no, seriously now, to get into the AI for business dimension, there are a few things which we really have to get right. We discussed sovereignty a moment ago, digital sovereignty. And in this respect, I'd like to scrutinize data more. I think we're all basically sitting on a huge treasure trove of data, a huge country where we have a lot of manufacturing industry. The economics minister said the old economy. That's exactly which provides the quantity of data we need. But in order to do that properly, we must make sure that we have the idea of sovereignty, which we understand, namely, how does data sovereignty work? Data have to remain with the company. How does sovereignty work with a view to security? How does it work in respect of governance? We're all obliged at the end of the year to withstand the audit. And I can't just write, oh, well, that was the result of what AI came up with. So there are lots and lots of different facets we need to consider. So we have this triad, AI for business, data, and data within the context of sovereignty. These are the three bits which are so important. Cyber, governance, data. That's going to be absolutely central. And if we really get there, we'll have made a huge step forward, and then we'll be able to scale up too. Otherwise, I think it's going to be staying at the abstract level, theoretical discussion, everybody wants it, but it won't happen. We just talked about data sovereignty with a view to citizens, but now we're talking about industrial processes, which are very important for Germany. What are the data that you consider are worth protecting, looking at sovereignty aspects, or which do you consider to be essential to remain within the country, within Germany, bearing in mind geopolitics? I think generally we should have a similar approach to that in China, US. US says US for US, China for China, and Europe should do the same thing. It's up to the clients to decide. They have to decide whether they want to keep the data here, whether they want to give them up. And when talking about sovereignty, there are two levels of sovereignty we can deal with. We have company sovereignty. In other words, data can be stored within the company. We can do data sovereignty, energy sovereignty. We haven't got that, really. We haven't got production for all the energy sources here. But still, what you said is most important is to keep the talent here. Not just keep the German talents here, but to be attractive, become attractive for foreign talents, attracting foreign talents to engage in innovation here in Germany. And then what we have to keep in Germany, what has to be kept in a company or elsewhere, that's up to the customer in the long run. I think you just addressed something very important. That's know-how import. Importing know-how into Germany, and how attractive are we for foreign talents? But in other parts of the world, they can pay wages and salaries. Can we compete with that? Well, it's basic principle of market research, not just money. We've got lots of foreign colleagues who came from India, I can tell you. We have an infrastructure, an atmosphere with a training system here, which you can't find in your own country. and I don't need to earn $750,000 as you do with Google. We have a very attractive offer in this country. We have a lot of things to offer. Nice that we have Google here on the panel as well. I'm looking forward to what you have to say to that. No, but I think we need to play to our strengths. But it means we need to enable our foreign talents to find it easy to get to Germany so that it's attractive for them to be here.
Yes. I wanted to say something about sovereignty again. Of course, sovereignty as a company, that could mean that I develop things myself, but in a world that's built on the division of labor, you can't develop everything yourself. So how can I work in partnership with other companies, whether they're local or from other countries? How can I remain sovereign, retain my sovereignty? 3 things are important. One is security, one is control, and one is flexibility. Security, if we're talking about digital, has to do with cybersecurity, encryption keys, who's got access to encryption keys and so forth. We need excellent security, otherwise we don't have data security. Control. I need to know what's happening. I need to be able to decide about my data and algorithms, and I need choice for flexibility. I need to be able to change that decision tomorrow morning if I want to do something differently, if I want a different service provider. And these 3 things must be ensured if we want sovereignty. We do that in our product. We anchor this by design in our products. Security, flexibility and control. An example for control is because you asked about where is the data stored. Well, our clients can choose in the cloud services where this data should be stored. In Germany, in Europe, in the EU or worldwide. Now, there are pros and cons to all of those choices. If I have a corporate requirement that says for regulatory reasons or whatever, or because of my company philosophy, I want all my data to be stored in Germany, that's technically possible, even if it's an American service provider. But there are advantages if I store my data in different places, resilience, availability, speed. And we have to say that most companies here are international companies. That is, they have international subsidiaries, clients all around the world. And then it makes sense to think flexibly about where the data should be stored. Now, you can reflect that in a system. I think Minister Wildberger said we need the skills in Germany. That's quite right. But you can achieve sovereignty in partnership with others if you have certain demands. And we have to agree what those demands are. Can they be certified? Can ESG help us to say, OK, we've looked at it, this is a sovereignty service or not? That would help us all. And now, the salaries. I thought that was really interesting what you said. I think, yes, indeed, we see that with our employees, that above all, what am I working on? And is there meaning to what I'm working on? Of course, they want attractive pay packages too, but that's not the only thing that decides whether a company A or company B is more important. I talked to an AI expert a couple of years ago who said the opposite. She goes somewhere else for 10 years, earns an awful lot of money and doesn't really mind then when she comes back because she's got the money. Our developers come to Google above all because they say we've got exciting tasks and a huge amount of computing capacity to resolve it with. It sounds a little bit as though we have a data panel here, but of course we can't talk about modern Germany without talking about the essential data for that, including for industry. So a question to you relating to investors. How much patience does a capital provider have? How much time has Minister Wildberger got with his team, including the other ministries, to pursue this hope story? It's not just a growth story, it's a hope story. How much time are you going to give him? Well, let's not paint the wrong picture that somehow we're going to hold a pistol to his head and say you've got this amount of time, otherwise all the capital will disappear. A lot has happened in Germany. A lot has been invested already. One example from BlackRock, my office location, Frankfurt, We have a cooperation with Minova, and together we're investing a high three-digit million figure in a data center in Frankfurt, which is the internet node. The energy is provided from Hanover, and we talked about the waste product, heat. We've got 100,000 flats around us, so things are going in the right direction. It's not the case that it's the 11th hour and we're holding a pistol to someone's head. But investors do, of course, look at international projects. And the capital is also competing internationally. And if I want the capital to come to Germany, I need to confront that international competition. With AI, you need energy, you need data, you need chips. The only module where we're top of class is regulation, but that's not going to be the deciding factor. We need to provide the other factors too. And here, international capital does look for these things. And by the way, it's not a bad thing, I don't think, because of course you have discipline and you're making yourself fit for purpose, making sure that your project is profitable and makes sense, because every investor is obviously going to look at the details of the project. So there's global competition, and I think that's a good thing. Let's stay with infrastructure. Minister, can you tell us a little bit about what the AI Gigafactory in Germany is about? There have been a lot of headlines. Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that because I'm grateful to you for the question, how much time have we got? I've got a great deal of respect for this task, and I think I'm doing it with discerning standards. I want to get things going. But it's important, this question, because it documents how much we're thinking about transformation. If we have a status quo that isn't good, and we ask when we're going to be ready, then you remember Scotty? He presses the beamer and suddenly we get to the other place. We can't beam ourselves down or up. The decisive thing is to increase the speed at which things happen. It's a process. On investors decide because they have expectations for the future. So the stock prices are about future expectations of cash flows. If seeing is believing is not enough, if there is momentum, expectations will increase too. It is a process, and we need to learn. We don't want to exaggerate our successes, but we do want to appreciate them. We need a learning process, a transformation of the mindset. That's a process. And the same applies in companies. A lot of companies that have successfully reinvented themselves, there are a couple here up on the panel. It is a lengthy process, and as it gets wind in its sails, it's all the more impressive. You were asking about gigafactories. Europe is committed, 5 gigafactories in Europe to help create them, and we're pleased that in Germany, of course, we want to be involved in that, because this is the process I'm talking about. I think it was on the 20th. And processes you can't preempt, but we've got very strong companies that are committed and want to play their part. And during the process, we need to look and see to what extent the capabilities we have can be clustered on the corporate side to increase our clout, but of course that is up to the companies, not up to politicians. But I think from the conversations I've been having, we're very well placed to do that, and I feel hopeful. We simply have to. You talked about the trust that needs to be built. Do you think some egoism needs to be overcome? I think if we want to move ahead, we have to concentrate on the cause. You can't transform, you can only transform if you're working towards an aim, and people have to subordinate things to that aim. Whether other things might have to take backstage for a while. I hope everyone's understood that.
sozusagen fast am Ende dieses Panels
We've come
angekommen.
almost to the end of the panel, and I would like to complete the last panel with a quote from our Chancellor when he spoke yesterday. He said, "We accept the demand, the offer of closer work." And I'd like to hear from all of you, how do you think this closer cooperation should be? What can be done to build that trust again between government and the corporate world for a new form of collaboration? I think the interplay between private and public capital is decisive. BlackRock and many other international capital providers are ready and willing. They'd like to be invited onto the pitch. We have to find the right structures for the collaboration. And if we can do that, because financing is always at the beginning of any process, we can, I think, master all the demands here in Germany. I'm optimistic. Innovation is a team sport. Digitization is a team sport. And we'd like to be available as partners to move digitization ahead in Germany. We're doing that with a lot of other companies. Mercedes-Benz is an example with the next generation of their navigation and in-car entertainment and assistance systems. They're developing those with us, and that is an example for the fact that you can think differently about these things than 5 years ago. Probably 5 years ago, Mercedes would have said, no, we'll do this on our own. But we're doing it together. And together with this sovereignty that I mentioned, the flexibility, the control, and if we do that, if all of us focus on the things we can do best, whatever side of the Atlantic, with a few rules for the game, we can step up the pace. 3 points. At IBM, we see ourselves as a partner for the location, Germany. We have a long tradition in research and development. Year by year, we spend 6 to 7 billion, and that figure is rising. Bibblingen is our biggest location, and that is basic. If I don't research, we can't do future. And then we're moving ahead with our investment in the future. I described this, the quantum data center in Ehningen before. These are significant flagship projects. Or the opening of our technology campus in the fourth quarter this year in Ehningen. That's headquarters. We could have put it somewhere else. We decided deliberately that they will come to us because we've got the talents. And thirdly, we like being partners for people who want to be flagships, where you can help to move things on, whether it's an electronic patient record or digital downloads or whatever. There are so many different facets, but we need that to digitize the country, and we want to be part of it, and we're available as partners. I would say politics is doing its bit, industry is doing its bit, and in the future it's not enough to talk to each other, but we need to develop prospects for the other side as well. And once we've found the common denominator, we'll find a solution. At this point, let me just appeal to all of us, invite us all to engage in this open dialogue, not just once, but regularly. And we need to learn again to close ranks with all stakeholders, and everyone will have to do their bit. We need to work together. We need growth, 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 jobs, so that we can underscore the prosperity that we want to distribute, and the speed at which the world is changing at the moment, including technology. We need a new approach. I want to make my contribution with my ministry, with everyone involved on the projects. We're talking, but we need to consolidate. And at this point, let me say a big thank you for the many positive responses that I have had. Now I'm in week 7 or 8, no, week 7. And that's important too. And I'm open. We're all open for critical voices too, to hear what we could do better. That is our job. I'm looking forward to this collaboration, and I think on that basis we will succeed.
Wir danken Ihnen sehr,
So
dass Sie
thank
da
you
waren.
for being with us. All the best for the coming weeks and months, I think, on behalf of everyone. And thank you to all of you for your expertise and for your perspectives. Thank you.
Das wäre es noch gewesen zum Schluss, genau.
That was all we wanted. Right.
Das war es natürlich noch nicht ganz.
We haven't quite finished, although it's been very interesting.
Tolle letzte Worte waren war es das natürlich noch
That's a great start as well, but yes, it's not quite the end of the story, because what do you do at the end of an event like this?
und einen gelungenen Abschluss.
We need to conclude on the right note, and that's why Mr. Leibinger is going to come and join us.
Ich muss kurz die Fotosession abwarten, Herr Leibinger.
Ein Foto als Erinnerung für den Startschuss in einen ganz
A family photo to remind us this was the starting pistol for a joint and modern era. Thank you. Mr. Leibinger, I have a microphone for you. Now we're really looking forward to hearing how you will manage to sum up everything we've heard in 2 days. I'll be very brief because I want to make sure that when I talk, we throw people in. I've seen a main theme in these 2 days, which I consider to be optimism and a new spirit. It was there, it was tangible. I thought that was fantastic. It was much better than I had even hoped, and I'm very grateful for that. Basically, everywhere, left, right and centre, there is a willingness for a new cooperation between business and politics, and that was the thing I started with. And I feel there is a willingness to start into this new dawn together. Now, will it work? Believing in ourselves, that's important. We believe in this country. And even more important, we love this country. And that also became so clear in this room in these 2 days. A very important result. We also heard time and again that our position isn't that bad. We're the largest national economy in the world. In many areas, we're a technology leader. And this belief in ourselves is returning, I'm convinced of that. And third, our industry is a great deal more than just a producer and a taxpayer. Our industry, if I may exaggerate a little, is a source of strength, inspiration and identification in this country. We agree that this is so, and we agree that basically this is what is going to enable us to make that change happen together with politics. Thank you all for being here, for joining the discussions, fantastic panels. I would like to thank you too. You were fantastic moderators.
Ich bin geflasht, wie meine Kinder das sagen.
I'm flashed, as my children would say it. It was really great. But above all, I would like to thank all my colleagues at BDI who organized everything, who did it all despite storm and whatever else happened in these last 2 days. There were many things that you didn't even notice, but they steered this ship through it. And no, not quite. You're not yet done.
30 Sekunden müssen Sie uns noch geben.
You've got to give us 30 seconds because we have to announce that in June 2026 we're likely to meet again. And very important, for those who wish to, the day isn't over yet at the Sky Lounge. I mean, last night we had some very good discussions there, and we have it open again for you for a get-together, so enjoy it, be there. And Mr. Leibinger, thank you for your invitation. Thanks to the team behind the stage, everybody who's been involved, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Wir machen jetzt einen neuen Start. Wir gehen mit einem neuen Geist in diese Arbeit hinein und wir wissen, was wir zu tun haben.
Business is global in nature. The way that you make electricity and steel and cement, Those are global things.
Wir müssen noch stärker auch wissenschaftlich europäisch denken.
Neue Zeiten, neue Antworten, da schwingt Aufbruch mit, ja, und der ist auch notwendig.
Vor allem wollen wir ein gemeinsames Zeichen setzen. Deutschland ist zurück.
Wir gewinnen gemeinsam oder wir verlieren alle. Gestalten in komplexen Zeiten, das geht nur gemeinsam.